Roger, there, North Central Florida. Yeah, I get about 99% of you. In the end, somebody always cuts you off there, but we definitely heard you. A room full of you. 3710 Northern Maine. We're standing by the track. Machine State. Hello there, Machine State. Merry Christmas, everybody. 605 Southern California. Moving on. I'm just out here trying to make some noise. Make some noise this Christmas morning. 605. We made it another year. I just hope 2022 ain't that bad. 605. Stepping on.
What's going on, Mike?
Yeah, Roger, we're also running flat site peanuts. 700 whiskies. Have a good day, my friend. Happy holidays.
This is a 2 Fox India 1122 Wingnut out here stretching out toward the out in Europe. Listening for any European stations. The 1122 on the side.
Roger, thank you for calling in. Stay safe, 73s.
It's a 1122 Wingnut out here. Listening for all that DX out there in Europe. 1122 Wingnut, second division on the side.
Okay, nothing heard. A lot of QSB. We're going to give you one or two more tries. 1070 Southern England. Calling stateside.
1070 Southern England. You got a copy of 2 Fox India 1122.
Okay, I think we have 122, but there's so many people calling, and the signals are going down, so I do apologise. I wish I could talk to you all, but I can acknowledge 122.
Yeah, 1122 Wingnut Radio. This is the 1122 Wingnut out here in the Panhandle, Florida, stretching out to the 1070 Southern England. Roger.
Okay, thank you for returning the call. 1070 Southern England, try once more. Stay side.
Second division, Fox India 1122 Wingnut out here listening.
Okay, I've got to thank everybody for coming back to my call, but a lot of QSB on the frequency, which means it's very difficult to work you. But I wish everybody who can hear me over in England happy holidays and a good Christmas day. Stay safe, everybody. Delta Tango 1070 is now going QRT. Stay safe. Bye-bye. That's your neighbor. I can't get between two friends,
Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut out here stretching that modulation out. 1122 out here listening.
Lima Charlie 670 Nova Scotia calling, stand by. Oh boy.
1122 QXW. I'm not ignoring you there, Mike, man. I'm just listening to the radio at the same time, Roger.
That's what's up.
Bunch of that skit coming in. This is the second division, Fox India 1122 Wingnut. Listening for any European stations out there. 1122 on the side. I hear a station out there in Germany. Any style that station out there in Germany? It's the 1122, the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here in Florida. Roger. Yeah, station O2 out there in Germany. I hear you out there in the back, man. Conditions aren't the best at the moment, but hey, good afternoon to you from the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here in America. Roger. Yeah, copy that, copy that. Afternoon time, sir. Merry, happy New Year, Roger. I can barely hear him. Wow. Germany. Got a hold of Germany, but that's way back there in the background. That's pretty cool.
So if a tire holds 50 psi, what's the best pressure to give it?
Just below that.
All right.
Personally, I would go
We'll
just below that.
Because they keep telling me like 34, but it holds 50.
Well, if the 50 is a max, if 50 is a max or whatever, what it say on the tire, I would go just below that. You know what I mean? Because I've had problems with having it fully inflated. I've had problems with tires because of that.
Yeah, it's just the only thing I don't get is the places I keep going to keep saying 35. You know, like even though it takes 50, they said 35 when it takes 44. So I mean, you just don't know because some of these people working these places don't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
No,
You
yeah,
got to figure it
I
out
hear, man.
yourself.
Most people are just in there for a damn paycheck anyway, man.
Exactly. Shit, let me pause my thing. Might be too much background.
Merry Christmas to you and your family, and Nova Scotia, good morning. Merry Christmas.
Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here, the second division on the side listening.
All right, sir, you'll better full report here. Have a great dinner, sir. 1122 Wingnut Radio. How are you? It's been a while. Lima Charlie 608 up in Nova Scotia.
Hey, Lima Charlie 608 Nova Scotia coming into my speaker. Well, morning time right back at you, man. I'm tipping my hat. The 1122 Wingnut Radio saying happy, merry right back, Roger.
Yeah, QSL 1122, 1122. Merry Christmas back at you. Stay safe down there. It's been a while since I heard you, so nice to hear you this morning. Take care, my friend. Lima Charlie 608 up in Truro, Nova Scotia.
Hey, Roger that 608. Hey, happy, merry right back at you. I'll tell you, you have a good one out there, man. Yeah, that's right. The Wingnut Radio is still hot and kicking. That's right, everybody. Wakey out there. The 1122 Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television. Sitting there. Welcome to the live stream in the morning. Hey, 76 out there in Nova Scotia. You're coming in good, clean audio over here, Roger.
Merry Christmas.
Hey, copy that, 76. Hey, you have a good one out there, Merry, and happy right back to you, man. Welcome to the live stream.
Hey, Roger,
Yeah, doing a live stream right at the moment, right now, man. If you want, man, you can check it out on YouTube, Anarchy Television. I'm doing a live stream right now. You can hear yourself talking, Roger.
Try to get up in your live stream there and check it out later, okay? Thanks and all the best. Merry Christmas and good job on the live stream. 1122 76.
Hey, copy that, 76. Morning time. Back out listening.
Top of the pile.
Hey, LJ. What's up, LJ? Everybody's sitting at the house and they're on the radio talking. Conditions are just good this morning. Hopefully you're doing great over there, LJ.
We appreciate that. We appreciate
that. The 1122 Wingnut Radio out here stretching that modulation out. The 1122 QXW. Hey, LJ, happy, and a merry, right back at you. Hey, 453, you're making it down to Florida if that counts. So 1122 Wingnut, you're listening.
Checking out the lights. Oh, yeah.
What you out there working or something like that, Mike? Just hanging out in the car?
Nah, man, chilling, man. I figured I'd pump up my tires. Check, you know how you check your tires, find out how much level. Got one of them leaks a little bit slow, and figured I'd fill it up. Check my oil, check my water.
Oh shit! I got a damn phone call, man. I have to be back in a second, yo.
All right. Welcome to Anarchy Television. Every time I get ready to go live, he goes live, so I'm like, fuck, I'll just go over there. Happened twice, yesterday and today. But I'll go live sometime today, because who knows, maybe somebody's waiting. I mean, plus it's Christmas, you know. I usually go live on the holidays, because I ain't doing shit. Ain't got no family. But I mean, it doesn't bother me, yo. But I can see how it would bother some people. But man, I never knew my mom or dad. I'm 47 years old, yo. I'm used to this shit. It's not a big deal. I love it. I love the peace and quiet of the holiday, like Christmas, Thanksgiving, you know. Except for the stores being closed. I hate that. I used to starve to death every Thanksgiving and fucking Christmas. I used to hate it. But now I think forward. I get my food before the fucking holidays. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells ring and jingle bells. What the hell? I wonder where he went. Maybe he got kicked off the... Yeah, because he was on the phone. Too much bandwidth. Probably be right back. I can't see if there's anybody in chat. Oh, there he is.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah. My mom loaded up her truck yesterday while I was over at her house, man, with a bunch of stuff that she wanted to get rid of. So she's driving it over here to drop it off at my house. So she's let me know she's leaving the house now. Take her about an hour to get over here.
Yeah, while you was gone, I was saying, every time I get ready to go live, you go live. I'm like, shit, I just come over here. But I mean, I do need to go live at some point, you know, because, you know, people that are subscribed to me. I'll go live today sometime.
Yeah. Well, hell, I was bored.
When I'm cooking those steaks.
Yeah, I was kind of bored. You know, there was nobody else live at the moment, and all the skip for the radio was just kicking in. So I was like, well, shit, I might as well go ahead and start a live and at least have some of that going, make a few contacts.
Yeah, I was about to do the same thing.
Yeah.
But I seen you. I was like, shit, I'll just go over there.
Yeah. Well, you know, that great minds think alike, right?
Yep.
Hey, Barnacle Bill, what's going on? Barnacle Bill? Mary, happy, right back at you, man.
Hey, bet, I gotta check on my tire. I don't want to bust.
Get your ass on radio. You've been
Hey, that's the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here listening for DX. A 1122 Wingnut out here stretching that modulation out. Wingnut Radio listening.
Unit 7, Central Nova Scotia.
Hey, 453, you got a copy of 1122?
Scotia, Canada, right. Florida, you copy Nova Scotia, over. Keep supporting.
Hey, the 1122 Wingnut on the side.
You the 127 Northeast Nova Scotia. Good morning.
Hey, Nova Scotia, I hear you out there. Morning time. A 1122 Wingnut listening.
Yeah, for Wingnut, you got the 127 footer. You got Doug up for Nova Scotia talking about Antron 99. Roger.
Hey, Roger that there, Doug. Hey, happy and a merry to you, man.
Merry Christmas. You got a Kodiak,
I'm sorry, man. You guys stepped on for a second. Come back.
You guys got brand new antennas, brand new radios, brand new antennas for Christmas. Is she coming back? Try again.
Oh hell, man! Like that fat man that come around didn't come around, Roger.
10-4, you got some new radios, some Christmas 10-4, get new radios. You see any radios?
Oh no sir, man, no sir. I didn't get nothing for that damn thing, man. I got gypped.
10-4, yeah. You know what radio? We got enough for here. 10-4, I got some nice radio. I got my brand new antenna, brand new radio, Roger.
Hey, well, that's cool, man. That's cool, man. It's all about it, man. I tell you, there's a lot of people out there need to get back into radio, man, and a lot of these newcomers need to get into it, Roger.
Yeah, 10-4, I'll give it to you. Spot radios online, 10-4. On rebate now, Roger.
Hey, Roger. You say you're going Antron 99 and what kind of radio?
I'm on a remote bar base here, Cobra 19, Roger, Cobra 19.
Cobra 19, right? Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I'm just running barefoot. I'm down here in Panhandle, Florida. I'm running a Striker 955 with a Mako 5.8s up there on the tower, Roger.
Yeah, I got enough of that, Roger. I got enough of this now. Listen, the Antron works far for me, Roger.
Yeah. I can't really use them, man. It's too much copper in that sucker, man. It attracts the lightning, Roger.
Got why?
Yeah, the Antron 99's got too much copper wire in it, man. For me, man, it ends up attracting the lightning. That's why I go to the aluminum.
Oh, okay. You don't care with the Antron 99 much, huh?
Well, I had one, man. It got hit by lightning, man, and they attract lightning. That copper wire attracts lightning a lot better than aluminum does, right?
Okay, so you got some antenna, right?
Yeah. I got that Mako 5.8, so it's aluminum stick hip straight up in the air. Yeah, they're pretty good antennas, man. It's lasted me pretty good. Lightning and stuff like that don't really like it that much.
Yeah, I got ground wire right there, Roger. I got ground wire to the ground there too, a piece of pole, Roger, in the ground.
Yeah, well, that man, you can't overkill that, man. It's a good thing to have.
Good thing I did because it didn't have the summertime. He scared away me for 4 pieces.
Yeah, I copy that, man. Copy that. Hey, you guys having good weather up there, or is it already kind of damn cold?
Yeah, it's not too bad here, but it was cold last night, windy last night, and today the sun came out, no snow ground, nothing. Well, it was green, beautiful green Christmas.
Yeah, I copy that. Hell, I got almost 70 degrees right now.
My God, winter's weird, right? The winter's getting warmer every year. It's getting warmer. Winter's getting warmer every year. It's getting worse.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I've been noticing it for the past few years myself.
Crazy. Where the freaking snow is? I want to go snowshoeing some skiing. I get you that, Roger?
Not me, buddy, man. You can keep all that snow. I don't want none of that down unless I get want to shove it in my freezer.
Okay. All right.
I'll tell you, man. I live in Florida, man. We got snow down here. We just call it rain. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Well, that's the same way with me. It's snow. I like the mountains and all, but I just can't take the snow, right?
I didn't really snow. One thing with this year, I got some skis, some snowshoes here. I didn't snowshoe for 2 years. It hasn't snowed in that snow here, those goes Roger.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Terrible month. Oh, we'll get some snow. You went skiing. A lot of fun, Roger.
Yeah, I that's not my thing, man. I'd rather be out here in the damn. No, I'd rather be out there in the damn out in a freshwater spring on a kayak or something. Hey man, the conditions are moving out there in Nova Scotia, man. Them conditions are moving, man. Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here listening. Yeah, roger that there, Barnacle. Well, the conditions have kind of dropped out. I can't really ask him that, Bill. But next time I get some good contact, I'll do that.
Real good there, radio operator number 1. Name of here is Tony Tango, Oscar November Yankee. And you got a really nice signal up in there, Nova Scotia. The frequency is a bit busy, but you're coming through there strong. 7-3, my friend. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut out here stretching that modulation out. Morning time, everybody. Happy, and a merry.
7, how about you? Unit 7, 06 Northwest 4. 06 Northwest 4, yeah. Sounding really good up there in Nova Scotia. Wish we were there. 34 degrees. 34 degrees Fahrenheit. A little bit above freezing, but boy, she's cold up there. Yeah, I heard that, son. Yeah, definitely heard that. Yeah, we're living the efficiency stuff like that. People say, you know, top guys over here, say Merry Christmas, people say, yeah, before later, man. Sunshine and I'm a Grinch. They call me the Grinch. Yeah. Yeah, Roger. I'm just running this thing into a long wire. I'm talking about pizza coax. To Kentucky, but I don't want to get off of the mountain, okay? Return, in the water to come out. Everyone must not to know what they're going to do is someone the dog on the radio in their backyard got to pick up. And I'll slow key this station downtown, my LBC. From time to time. Go ahead, Lord Master, 281 in the blue waters, I'll see you, blah, blah, blah. You were gating, that changes everything, 455. Hey, 12 in the valley, that changes everything.
I'll be right back.
Hey, Roger.
So if they don't want to walk me in the way, then they might not want to play today. Hey, 455, man, I enjoy this. 455, 3 double O. Say you're going to stand out. You say you're going to stand out. Hey, 509. 25,000 coming to Nova but you can't hear me now, either, okay?
That's right, everybody. Everybody out there in the chat, welcome to Wingnut Radio. Morning time for everybody out there in YouTube land, man. Happy, and a merry to everybody.
This is where that crazy lady be trying to kill me, man. I gotta hurry and get out of here. Whose truck is that? The fuck?
What, you out there doing work or something there, Mike?
Well, the lady wanted me to check her mail, so I came over to check her mail. But her daughter's crazy, be trying to act like she was trying to slice me up or something. I don't know. She got some mental health daughter. She be slicing up my truck and shit with her little knife. Bunch of weird shit, man. Slicing up my door while I'm in there sleeping and shit.
Hell,
in the middle of the night.
Damn.
Yeah, I didn't know what the hell was going on. I thought I was going to have to hurt the lady, man. I wasn't going to let her slit my throat. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
Right.
And I don't even know the lady, so it ain't like I did something to her. I don't even know who the fuck she is, really.
Hello to you, Tombstone. Hello to you, Mr. OSL. Boy, y'all got my video. I know. Anytime you get ready, but you know, Merry Christmas 207 around LaGrange, Georgia. 12 in the Valley and County, goddamn. We did not want to kind of host in the ghetto and that's a doggone short. A man in the cock always, yes, I am. They're married to you and yours, so me and mine. The man in the cock house, two the one in the blue water, walk in the back streets in the ghettos of Antigua. Merry Christmas to you. I'll see you. Bye, bye, bye.
Hey, there's a Wingnut Radio stretching out there into the blue water. The 112 Wingnut out here listening in Florida.
They got their Christmas stuff out.
Hey, Mike, I'm sitting there noticing I don't see kids out there riding their brand new bicycles and playing with their new toys and all that stuff. They all locked up in their houses.
Yeah, they come out and play like right here where I'm at, like right in this house here. They all congregate. See all these hopscotch chalk on the street right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, a whole bunch of them. I mean, a shitload of it.
But it's Christmas morning, man. I don't see anybody out there playing.
They in there playing with their toys. Shit. Like you said.
Right. I remember when I was a kid, man, Christmas morning, like the whole damn neighborhood, kids would be out there in the neighborhood riding their new bicycles and shit like that. You don't see that no more.
Nah, man, because everything's so dangerous. So many evil, coward people running around.
Hey, Mike, I'll tell you this, man. I got my coffee, got my little bit of smoked breakfast, man. So I'm ready to go. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
I got everything covered. I got the coffee going on. I got what, the peace pipe going on, man. Look at that damn peace pipe, man. Here, get it here. You know, I got it going on. Like damn peace pipe. Look at that. There you go. Hit it off that thing. That sucker will kick you in the boo boo right there, boy. Yeah, right. I hear you, man.
Uh,
You got it covered too, man. Is that left over from last
God.
night? That ain't left over from last night, it.
Yeah.
Damn. You weren't kidding when it comes down to slow burn, were you?
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I'm 47. I've been smoking bud my whole life since like 13. I mean, sometimes I will smoke it like it's a fucking cigarette and smoke a couple blunts a day, but usually it's only about one blunt a day.
Right.
What I
Hey,
average.
Mike, hey, what month were you born? What month is your birthday?
June.
Okay, see, you're was it? You're just a few months older than me. I'm in November, so you're just a few months older than me. You're the same age as me, except a couple months. Yeah, a few months. That's it. Yeah.
You're a Gemini? I'm a Gemini.
Yeah. Scorpio. Actually, Scorpio is rising, but I'm a Sagittarius. Like, oh, yeah, because I'm at the very end of November. Scorpio rising though.
They say we twins. We got two different personalities. The
The
Geminis.
Gemini. Yeah.
Yeah. Which
Yeah.
I agree in a way.
Well, I mean, the more I look into Sagittarius, if you like get into that kind of thing, that astrology thing, it actually kind
Yeah.
of does kind of look it's like me because I like to travel. That's one thing about Sagittarius and stuff like that is a lot about travel. I like to do that, and there's a bunch of other stuff that's kind of similar. Even the bad aspects of that, even the like the negative aspects, even that kind of fits almost. But I used to get into that stuff, man. Astrology, numerology, all that stuff. Um, all
I
that
wonder if anything's
stuff.
open.
Shit. I know the store where I get my cigars ain't open today. I went and got 3 packs of them suckers yesterday. I was like, I know you ain't gonna be open tomorrow, so I need to get 3 packs of them suckers. So I loaded up on my cigars yesterday.
The jewels.
Yeah, the Jewel Sweet. Yep. I knew they were gonna be closed, so I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna get me 3 packs of them suckers, so I don't have to worry about it." And if I just if I don't get too crazy, I won't smoke them all before tomorrow. But
15 cigars.
that's it. Last me tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I got to conserve, gotta try try to smoke them slow, right?
I mean, see, you smoke cigars like it's cigarettes. 15
Nah, what?
cigars one day.
No, that's what I'm saying. If I'm trying not, I'm gonna try not to. That's why I got 3 packs, just so I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to, you know. If I had gotten just 1 pack, I would have smoked that thing up like before the day's up, and then I'll be smoking these damn butts the rest of the day until tomorrow. And I didn't want to do that. So
Yeah. Hey, did you hear the good news?
there's good news.
Yeah.
What's that?
Fucking whole gang of fucking Democrats. They know they're doing wrong. They know they're selling their soul for the satanic New World Order. They quit, bruh, on Christmas.
Who?
Right?
Who?
There's like a whole mob of Democrats gone. They quit. They retired
All right, who's
today.
gonna take their place?
Fuck, you already know it's gonna be anybody against them, yo.
Yeah.
Unless you got a whole mob of motherfuckers ready to sign up and sell their soul. Well, you probably should. Yep. I mean, they could be replaced with fucking demons. I mean,
Well,
people don't give a fuck, man. You tell them, hey, we'll take you out of poverty. We'll give you millions of dollars.
well,
Just
that's
fucking
what made
tell
me
the
think about
people.
it. It's like the damn opening open up. Next thing you know, there's gonna be people lining up just to get that damn job. Yeah.
We got to see what happens, man. We got to find a way to stop letting people sell their soul for the big ass government check and to try to do the people dirty. That's all they're doing.
Well, Mike, it almost comes down to like put the damn fear of God back in them.
We got to do something.
I mean, honestly, they don't feel God no more. They don't, you know what I mean?
When you get that amount of
And
money, you don't. You think you are God. When them rich
well,
people,
that's what
man,
I'm
that
saying. It's
happens a
like
lot.
I think the fear of God needs to be put back in them. I mean, I don't know if it's us to do it. I don't know how it's going to happen to get done, but I think that's one of the ways to do it. They need to put the fear of God back in them. You know?
They walk around every day, all day, playing with people because they know they're the money. Everybody's gonna try to jock them. They always got the prettiest woman around, even though they're nothing ugly scumbags. But I mean, you got that money, man. There's nothing you can do.
Dude, I'm telling you, that's the thing too. You know, a lot, even the women that are with them, they ain't no better if they're only there for the damn money. You know,
I don't criticize the women for playing these stupid motherfuckers. I criticize them for when they run into somebody like me and they want to be disrespectful. When that's what I criticize them for. I
right
don't
on.
criticize them for playing these idiots. I mean, I'd play them too.
Well, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, this blood's mixed. I got Georgia pie and orange cookies. I mixed it.
Yeah, I got no idea what this one is like. If there's a name for it or not, it just happens to be what my buddy can get. Yeah, you know, it's not too bad. It's actually pretty good. It's got a goddamn good smell to it.
That Georgia pie, I was acting like it wasn't shit at the beginning, but it's actually not bad, and it gives you a nice buzz, and it keeps you super calm and a nice
Yeah.
buzz. Now my orange cookies just gives you a nice buzz, and it lights your ass up.
Well, it's like, what's the
So
okay? You know the difference between like, what is it, indica and sativa? I
yep,
think like sativa, I think kind of hypes you up, and indica kind of like mellows you out. Unless I
exactly.
got that backwards, I'm not sure, but I mean, but that's like the
No, you
difference
got it
between
right. You got it
yeah,
right.
yeah, that's like the difference between the
Sativa's
main two.
basically energy,
Yeah.
and indica's a fucking go to sleep.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. I, I'm weird, man. My damn body's weird. I could be smoking that shit, man, fucking drinking coffee and still go to sleep. You know?
Researchers say this weed, they hate the weed, actually, the satanic cabal, because they say when you smoke weed, your mind opens up more and you can figure out
Right.
easily what's going on. So they actually don't
Well, yeah.
like the weed, motherfuckers being able to smoke weed legally and all that shit.
Well, that's one reason why LSD and stuff like DMT and stuff like that is not legal in a sense, or they try to keep it away because those actually open up different parts of the brain too. It's just if you're willing to actually accept it and see through it. I personally like hallucinogens. Even herb, actually, it's technically classified as a mild hallucinogen. You know what I mean? And me, when I was like growing up, man, that was my thing. I did a lot of hallucinogens back in the day. Me and man, LSD. Goddamn, man, I used to know guys that made that shit, and man, that was good, 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 good.
Yeah, a whole bunch of Democrats said, fuck this. They want to get their fucking soul right. I guess it's Christmas and they couldn't handle it anymore. I mean, they got to know that's the most evilest fucking thing on earth they're doing. They're participating in the New World Order. I mean, they said, fuck that, retired, got the fuck out of there. There's a whole bunch
Mm.
of them, man. I'll go look and see.
Yeah, I'm curious, just because I don't know. I question all that kind of shit, like their motives behind it. You know what I mean?
Well,
If that's what they,
it's all over mainstream media, and right now I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 24 of them,
right?
and it's all over mainstream. If you put in, even Google's telling the truth about it. If you put let's see, what did I put in the search box? House Democrats leave office. That's what I put in Google,
Right.
and it's on several, even CNN. So I mean, it makes sense, man. There's no way people could be this fucking retarded. They say what happened was this was when Trump went in, it fucked them up. Like they're all out of whack. This wasn't supposed to happen until 223. So now they're forcing them to do it before they were going to have censorship in place where nobody could tell the truth. I mean, nobody. But the way they got it now, too many people are waking the other people up. People that know what's going on, so they in trouble, man. that's why it's so fucking obvious, bro. Like they have to like rush it in because they know it's going down. It's a matter of time, bro. People are gonna catch on, so they're trying to get the full grip, but they can't do it because people know now that it's all a scam to take all the freedoms of the American people and lock them down and conquer them.
Well, you know
and start slavery, communism.
Well, you know what pops in my mind when you're sitting there talking is like, okay, you know the old thing about the carrot and the stick. You know, they put the carrot in front of the donkey to get it, to get it to walk and stuff like that. Well, I think when they start figuring out the carrot, it's not going to work. They're going to start trying to use a stick. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, not really. What is the stick gonna do? They're gonna start trying to be
All right.
rougher? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like for
Oh, of
instance, the
course,
old story.
of
Yeah,
course.
the story with the carrot and the stick is like you got a stick, and on the end of the stick is a carrot, and you put that in front of the donkey, and the donkey keeps on going for the carrot, and walks ahead, so you can get it to walk straight or walk forward or whatever, right? Well, if the carrot don't work, you start using the stick to get the donkey to walk. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. They'll definitely. I wouldn't put it past them. These people are scumbag cowards, man. I mean, the type of cowardness most people don't even understand. Their mind can't comprehend it. Like these motherfuckers kill kids, walk up to them, slit their throat and shit. I mean, these people. I'm telling you, man. I know these people how they are, man. Been studying them a long time. That's why I said it sucks when you know all this shit though, because I got to sit here and wonder, and especially when I see a moron that actually thinks they're a Democrat getting played by all this shit. It's like, yo, what the fuck? You're supporting a coward fucking child killer, bro. Like that's basically what these people are, man. Anybody that supported anything, went hard for Democrat, was in on the New World Order. They know it was a joke on black people. They know it was a joke on LGBT. They know it wasn't for real. They knew it was a whole different person, and they're pushing hard for it. Those are the people that will never be able to walk down the street again when all this is done, unless somehow the satanic cabal wins and we're all slaves. And we're talking about the whole earth loses their freedom. Not even a chance of that shit. Over with. Full control. Do what you're told when you're told. If not, boom, they hit one button, you're finished. Go
Right.
run in your room, grab a blanket and a pillow, because you're not going to be able to use the bank. You're not going to be able to do anything. Your house is gone, your job, everything. That's their plan.
Right.
Who the fuck would want to be ruled by a government like that? Blows my fucking mind. But I guess because they're pretending to act like the good guys or something, even though they are the ones that's been running the world for 2,000 years. I'm going to go ahead and get to the truth of this shit, man. There wasn't no left and right wing, bruh. That's why the fuck Trump had to come in the motherfucker. They were just playing the game, steady taking our rights, steady shitting on the American people. All of us, white, black. You think it's just white because that's their whole plan. Hey, we're just going against the white supremacist race. No,
Yeah.
man. It's a
Damn, I
fucking
wish
joke,
I
man.
wish I could fucking share shit. Like I can't do it on my damn phone, but cause like if I had a laptop, I can do it. Like there's this like it's not a very long video, but there's this one video, man, I'd like to share. And I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it kind of explains a lot of stuff. Man, shit. Now I think about it, I'm trying to see if I can find it. I'll at least put the link up in the private chat so you can look at it whenever you want. Let me
Hey, did
find
you
it.
see that link I gave you?
Oh no, I didn't look at it yet. I didn't look at it
Oh,
yet, but I will look at it. Matter of
you might
fact,
like it.
matter of fact, you might want to like put that in the private chat again, just so I double no, so I can. double check it again. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
only 27 seconds, I think. Yeah,
All
I'll go
right. Well,
grab
then
it.
put it in there, and I'll watch it while I'm doing this too. I gotta find something real quick too now.
All right. History. All right, there we go. Share. Copy link. Let me come back to here. Chat. Private chat. Oh, you motherfucker. All right. Boom. All right, there you go. All right. Yeah, it's a nice little something, man. I mean, it's a nice little masterpiece, man. That little video, man. And then, you know what makes it better for me is I saw a bitch that looks identically to this bitch, her ass and everything. In my motherfucking grocery store and shit the day before I found that video. I'm like, damn, look just like the bitch. Oh, oh. Color scheme.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna post this one also in the private chat, and then I'm gonna go watch that one that you put up there real quick. If you get the chance, watch that whenever you can. Not very long, but it's not a short video. Damn. That must be jelly, cause that jam don't shake like that. That's right.
And just if you watch it enough over and over, you get to see how that motherfucker is that is a masterpiece fucking video. I mean, she does all the right shit within 27 seconds. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
precisely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's some jelly right there. Cause I'm telling you, yeah.
Once you watch it so many times, you done masterminded it. You realize
You get hypnotized. Is that what it is?
this is a masterpiece. I kind of feel bad. I want motherfuckers in the chat to see it now. I mean, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I know. Somebody sent me one yesterday, and it's on YouTube, but there is no way to share it. There's nowhere to share the fucking video. You can't share the
You
fucking
know what you
video.
got to do? You got to
What's
go
that?
back into your history and look at the history in the top line, or click on history and look at the full history.
Yeah.
Then you click the three dots. Then you can get
Oh
this. You
yeah.
can share it.
Right
Yeah, that's
on.
how you
Okay.
do that.
Okay. Yeah.
They do that when it's certain type videos. You don't get the share button, you know, unless you go
Yeah.
into your history, either the short
Okay.
history line or your main history line.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. He sent it me the other day, man. It's on that same line, but uh it's a little bit better, a little bit more than that. I don't know. It's a little bit better, but it's on YouTube too. I was surprised it's actually still on YouTube. It's amazing what they'll delete on YouTube and they still leave some stuff up. You know.
Well, like I said, they're forcing their hand. This wasn't planned to be finished, this certain aspect, until 2/23, they say. So they made them do it early before they had their timeline already planned out, but they fucked them up. The decent people, they say, those the military Q, whatever the fuck they call. Hopefully it's real.
Yeah. A so-called white hat, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not real, I mean, the good thing is people's conscience must be waking up. I mean, there's a lot of shit happening, bro. Democrats saying, fuck that. They retiring like a motherfucker, a whole 2028 or whatever just now. So it's over for them as far as it take a
So
miracle.
they've done all the damage they can do, so they're just trying to get out while they can, right? Is that what they're trying to do? Is that what it is?
I think their conscience caught up to them. It's Christmas, bro. They knew like people can only man. You got to be evil as fuck to be supporting this shit, bro. And the whole United States knows it now. Yeah, you had a few people fooled up until the election, but now it's all in the face. They know. Believe me, they know. Most of them. Now, there's always going to be a handful of idiots. Always, no matter what. I ain't talking about them. That's just they're saying there's only 5% that might still be fooled by the mainstream media. That's what the numbers are I've been hearing. And they'd like it to be even lower than that. They want everybody to understand they're getting played before the military moves in, if they're going to move in, and the people, however it works. But somebody got to do something. That's for damn fucking sure. We all dead. White, black. It don't even matter your color. Don't fall for that. That's the big thing they want you to fall for. Hell,
Right.
they've been running the world for 2,000 years. You don't let them fucking trick you. Oh, they created every last problem they're talking about, and some of them are just total lies, like the fucking climate bullshit. I mean, that's so fucking elementary school. God did not make a world where some kind of government is going to collect money and fix the fucking earth or something. No, God didn't make a world like that.
No.
It's too much to try to,
No.
if they're fooled,
See, that's
they're
the thing.
fooled.
That's the thing. I was not put on this earth. I was not put on this planet by the Creator to sit there and pay taxes for, to fix the fucking planet. And they're not even going to fix the fucking planet, dude. They're just going to siphon more of our goddamn fucking earnings. That's it. That's all they're going to do. Redistribution
like
of wealth.
6%. They said like less than 9% really even goes for the fucking infrastructure. It's one big fucking joke. Man.
Shit.
They even got fucking. You know what they got in that shit? They actually have billions of dollars in that bill, so they can pay off all the lawsuits because they've been lying to the American people for 5 fucking years. They already know the lawsuits are coming.
Right.
So in that bill, they got billions of dollars to pay these lawsuits for lying to the people. Like, that's fucking crazy. You still got people supporting these motherfuckers, man.
Right.
They want you to think, oh, God messed up when he made the world. We're going to, as a government, we're going to collect money and fix it. God didn't know what he was doing. He didn't give you a good immune system to deal with any kind of viruses. You got to take our Frankenstein shot. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Yo, you got to be kidding me, man. This almost seems like a dream, bro. And morons are falling for it. I hate to call them morons, but I mean, at some point, I consider it tough love, man. You got to try to wake these motherfuckers up, man. This is life or death.
Yeah, smack them around a little bit. Wake the fuck up, that kind of thing.
I'm the type of person, even if somebody hates me, there's a certain part of me that still wants to help them. Like I hate it. There's a lot of times you feel stupid trying to help a motherfucker that really want to kill you. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, it's almost like dealing with an alcoholic that doesn't want any help. You can offer all the help you want, but if you don't want it, you can't help them. You know what I mean? I mean, that's just on the same level.
Of course, but I'll go out of my way to try to help them, as much as I can. I feel like I overdo it, But then again, I want to help humanity as a whole, so I'm like trying to wake these motherfuckers up,
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, me personally, man, I've been trying to show people the door. I can't fucking make them walk through that damn thing. I can't make them fucking go through that door, and it wouldn't be right if I made them go through that door. So I just show them the door, and they have to make that own decision to open the damn door, walk through it themselves. You know what I mean? I've already done that kind of shit. That's the reason why I'm trying to tell you. I show you where the door's at. I've been there. I've already been through that damn door. There's parts of it I've already seen. You know what I mean? Hell, there's other doors beyond that. They got little windows in it. You can look in. You know what I mean? It's just, that's the visualization that I throw in there. That's what it looks like to me. I've been all over the place, man. I traveled around this whole damn country. I met a lot of fucking people, and and you really um that idea or that thing of like prejudice and stuff like that, man. That kind of just goes out the window, man. The more people you meet and the more you travel around, you know what I mean. If you always stay in that one little, I know guys even today they're in their fucking 30s and 40s years old. They have not even left the fucking county that they're in. They've never even left the fucking county. So that's all they know. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yeah. I might be cooking these ribeyes quicker than I fucking thought.
Dude, it's only fucking 10 o'clock. Or, well, wait a minute. It's 10 o'clock here. I don't know what time it is over there. Where you at again?
11:07,
Oh,
Georgia.
okay.
It's
So you, oh,
11:07.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I know the ribeyes I had last time taste like shit, or I fucked them up the way I cooked them. I don't know which one it was. But I got these straight out of the showcase, so you know they're gonna show off the best looking fucking steaks. So these right here, I wonder if I had to pay more because I got them out of the showcase. It seemed like the same price they would have been on the shelf. I don't know. But they were beautiful looking, like fucking perfect and shit. That fucking showcase. I mean, they're a little bit thicker than I fucking like. I should have made them cut me some thinner ones, but
Nah, man. Remember what happened last time?
what happened last time?
Well, but didn't you get them cut a little thinner, and then once you cooked them, they shrank up and all right?
Well, the last two times I got them, they was right, but they just tasted like shit. They was exactly
Oh,
how the size I wanted last time. They were a little thinner than the ones I got this time. These are probably
oh.
the thickest ones I have in my life.
Well,
And the motherfucker was telling me, I was like, man, they're pretty thick. And he said, nah, they supposed to be like this. And he showed me the real steak, the thick motherfucker. I was like, he just trying to get out of cutting me up some.
I
But
hear you.
I had to make a decision, is he gonna try to spit on my steak when he cuts it and I can't see him? So I better go on and take these, instead of asking for a cut. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make a quick decision. You gotta weigh out all your options, try to read this motherfucker's spirit and shit, and make an educated decision. So I said, all right, I'll take those. Fuck that. I don't want no spit special.
I hear you.
Christmas spit special.
Right?
Tap, 1 2 1 2. Oh man, now that was a train wreck, definitely train wreck. But I heard the guy saying, "Hello, hello." I heard someone say, "Hello, hello." Yeah, 599 is waving to him.
Hey, 599, you got a copy of Wingnut out here?
Merry Christmas out there.
Hey, 599, you got a copy of Wingnut out here in Florida?
Exactly, nude.
Right
Exactly.
back, definitely. Merry Christmas. 599 from Southern Cal around Disneyland.
Slow burner, morning time. How you doing today there, bud? Happy and a merry to everybody in the chat.
All right, big homie, I'm gonna go run around for a little bit, man. It's good to see you again.
Hey, Mike, I really appreciate you kind of stopping in, man. Hey, I really do, man. I think it's awesome. And hey, if I happen to catch you over here live again, I'll pop in. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
All right,
you back
everybody.
on, you back and everything. So you're gonna start doing them again, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. All right, man. Well, I'll
Yeah,
catch
I'll
you
probably
later.
go live sometime today too.
Right on. Well, I'll
All
catch you
right.
later, Mike. Yeah. You have a good one out there, man.
All right. Peace out, everybody in chat.
Hey, this is the 1122 Wingnut Radio stretching out there on the frequency, the 1122 Wingnut on the side. Hey, out there in Riverside, Cali, I hear you out there on the left coast. The 1122 Wingnut out here in Florida stretching that modulation. Morning time. Happy, merry, Roger. Hey, Roger that 327. 1122. The Wingnut Radio. Yeah, just remember, the Wingnut Radio. Welcome to the live stream on Anarchy Television, Roger. Well, hey, morning time to everybody out there on the frequency. The 1122 Wingnut Radio out here stretching that modulation out there. Fully operational and immensely activated on this happy, merry morning. Hey, attention, all you shoppers out there, attention. This is the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here listening for all that DX out there. Wingnut QXW. Hey, it's the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here, stretching that modulation out. Wingnut, QXW. Hey, it's the 1122 Wingnut out here listening to DX. Hey, morning time, everybody out there on the frequency, the 1122 Wingnut Radio. All right, you're on the side of the road. Hey, 490 down here in Jamaica, the 1122 Wingnut listening to you. Hey, boy, I got Loctite on that sucker, boy. I would tell you something, man. Hey, everybody needs a wingnut in their life, Roger. Hey, man, I want to tell you something, man. If it wasn't for wingnuts, man, that's what built this country, Roger. That's right. It's time to wake up. Wake up, people. Wake up. The Wingnut Radio. We're out here for Anarchy Television, sitting out here on the side of the road. Welcome to the live stream this morning. Hey, that's right. Happy, and a merry to everybody out there on the frequency. The 1122 QXW. I really can't wait till you guys get big radios.
I'm still out here on the beach of Southern California saying Merry Christmas, 73 and 8. Christmas, sir.
Hey, good to hear you. Good to see you out there in Germany. Welcome to the live stream. Ring Out Radio out here in Panhandle, Florida. So
67 mobile station, CTFD, New Brunswick, Canada. How can I hear you, sir? CTFD, where are you? What's your QTH? Are you very strong? I think it's I have Texas sorry, I'm 372, but you are very strong. Yeah, but my battery, just car battery, it doesn't allow me to pump now because of current, it's just like 50 amps, maybe 45. How big is it? It's not very big, it's Texas Star 500 D, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you. Okay, we got the Texas Star DX 1200. It's a big one, I'm telling you, here, I put it into the roof. It's not magnet. Thank you. Wherever you like it, please don't go here. Okay, thank you. I see no propagation of fading. Can I hit 3-4 units of noise level? QRM here is off because of wire shaking. Thank you. No problem. We wish you a happy Merry Christmas. Proper 2022 coming up there for sure. 903 operator Danny. New Brunswick, with the wave. Thank you there. My best to you, so Merry Christmas. Stay safe, be safe, be alive. The best to you and your family. Station from Tuscaloosa, there are 2 stations, 167 New Brunswick Mobile. Who are you talking about? Thank you. 17 Nova Scotia still. Do we hear a Woodstock station in there? Did I hear a Woodstock? Yeah, but you just said that. That's Saskatoon station. 335, thank you, Merry Christmas. 734, Brunswick, Merry Christmas. 335, Wichita, Kansas. Okay, my mistake, man. I do apologize. 335, Wichita, Kansas. 903, New Brunswick, Christmas Day. I'm just going up again. They're now. California, Southern Cal, 951, standing by. Merry Christmas. Sounding good as always out here in Lone Star. yes, but it's just wavering around. I think I go to 860 tank in, and Merry Christmas to you, sir. What's your line? It's so good. Take care.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I stepped out for a minute. I haven't been paying attention to the chat. I'm sorry, you guys. Hey, good afternoon out there. The 1122 Wing Nut Radio out here, stretching that modulation out. That's right, the 1122 QXW. Hey, the 1122 Wingnut out here on the side. Oh, crap.
Just have a great Christmas day of it.
I hear a repeater in my speaker. I hear a repeater in my speaker. That's right. That's right. Welcome everybody to the live stream. This is the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television. And the host with the most up in the north, the number 3 repeater in the house.
That's usual for them, but for us it's really tough. We've had this filtered deal over us. Yeah, we have to wait. We hear the condition in there. We just can't work it that strong. 3 repeater. Go ahead, Nate. What'd you get for Christmas there? Get anything from Justin? I got a big it's coming for Justin. I think they did, all the reports did mention over the years that at the end of this year will be the start of it. So, radio jack out here, and of course you don't hear me, but that's fine. That's Europe because that's a tough one for us to prop the U.S. So, anticipating that, catching up with some of the old guys that I used to talk to over here. You should be listening to you guys work it, but just.
I'm dreaming of a repeater in my speaker. I'm dreaming of the number 3.
Sing your say the other way though. There's a wingnut in my speaker. There's a wingnut over there. There's a wingnut in my speaker. And I can't get it out of there. Right, yep. Oh yeah, you can, once we get settled in here, it's very interesting how it works. It'll drop all the way around, it'll come back a little bit, then it'll swing back around, and it's like clockwork, yeah. I have a gift, one little song, everybody's gone. I'm telling you, right, yeah. Middle on the Alaskan Hawaii highway there. Records there, Mr. Number 3. I know that we love you, of course. I love all my beautiful American cousins. Yeah, that. I think that was conditioned, so there were quite a few guys that used to talk up there. And they always, once a year their antenna would get destroyed, they said. And, for sure, they gotta come over on. I'd rather not talk about, I didn't know she was under 16. I met the company name. Oh yeah, 754, Golden Voice of the Mojave. He'll tell you that. And then, of course, Parker, you have all the usual suspects, like Mike 176. You probably can't even hear me. Oh yeah.
I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you.
I'm being accused of being a pedophile. And I can't wait till I scored an SB-220. One of them guys is hiding behind the microphone, There's a second anything in it. It's like Brett.
Yeah, that's just about as bad as a keyboard warrior.
Yeah, but I hear Florida, I hear Oregon, Washington, North Dakota. Yeah, with the North Dakota. You don't find them like that anymore. And it just, I think what happened was that the plastic block that holds the caps and it slid out. The just started way on the frame and it sparked a couple times and they just put it in the closet and that's what it looks like. I'm waving a bomb one at you. of a deal, actually. It's not pretty. Right, a lot of women, a lot of horses, a lot of circles, a lot of doggars, a lot of horses, a lot of kids, a lot of cars. It's like, okay, you're supposed to have those things are overly built. That's quite a record. I forgot about my Odyssey. I had the first Honda Odyssey here in 1977. Until it's completely, done from A to Z. All the upgrades, got a lot of box stuff coming. I think somebody stole it off the Hamlet Drive straight out the tube. I used to be quite often Saturday night on the top of our hockey rink. How'd you head off the street there? What did you do for work?
Hey, attention all you shoppers out there, attention the shoppers, the 1122 wingnut, I'll be stretching it.
So many upgrades for now, attention Northern Walmart shoppers, we'll see. Attention all Canadian shoppers, attention Walmart shoppers. The wingnut is available for service, and you can service you either in Spanish, French, or English, clearly.
I will be brought to you in living color.
It's with a friend of mine, and we've been going back and forth for a lot of years. And I just want private stuff, and I know what it takes. I just don't have the time. Hello there on the west side, 943 out of Panama City, Florida, away from me. I didn't know that. That's pretty info. I was going to bring him up. I didn't know he had moved. Holy crap, all these pizza transformers. No, I was going to commission him for a custom build. I have something in mind, but, yeah, oh man, that's I'm interested in that. Yeah, any kind of number yet? Yeah, that's not bad actually.
Hey, 845, you making it out. The 1122 wingnut here, listening to it all. Hey, attention all you shoppers out there, attention shoppers. The 1122 wingnut radio out here, fully operational and immensely activated in your speaker. That's right. That's right. Hey, guess what everybody did? Wingnut Radio on the side. What's happening, Miranda? 504 Cut News. Who's that? YouTube channel? What's up, Alien Believers? Hey, the 1122 Wingnut out here listening. Hey, 13 Delta Alpha 001. Hey, good to see you out there, man. Hey, 73 right back at you, dude. Hey, you have a happy and a merry out there from America down here in the Panhandle of Florida, Roger. The 1122 Wingnut out here listening.
Just checking to see if we're getting out, Roger. Yeah, man, I'm way up in the jury bench here. Man, I can reach over to an hour of game down. Roger with that. All right, let's give it do it. You know, here's Steve out there. You put that down. We're going to the daughter's house there, so we won't be back until this afternoon, probably, Roger. Okay, sounds good. I'm watching for that picture, that 451. Roger, I said it to you. Did you get it? No, not yet. I'll tell you this straight. I'll try sending it again, Roger. Okay.
Hey, wake up, everybody. Wake up. The 1122 Wingnut Radio out here stretching its modulation out.
Yeah, there are days, though, boys, today. Really, that was the way I glean. Radio 406 said that. Hey, Merry Christmas from Oregon. 424 out here in the Pacific Northwest. Secure there. State of Washington on the side. Merry Christmas from Quebec, Canada. Merry Christmas from Quebec, Canada.
Hey, I hear you out there in Quebec. The 1122 Wingnut down here in Florida listening to it.
Yeah, I heard it too. CQ from Quebec, Canada. CQ from Quebec, Canada. Quebec, Canada. I hear a bunch of Christmas years out
What's up, Wingnut? Oh, yeah. What's up, Miranda? No, I am reading it. I saw it. I actually looked it up. I was not subscribed to 504 New Cut News, so I went over there and just looked it up. Well, if you ain't prepared, you better get going on it. It's almost too late, isn't it right? You know? I hear you, man. I hear you, Miranda. I've been talking a lot of shit for a lot of years, man. So, not telling anything new, actually. But I'll look into some of those stories they're talking about. I'm not really caught up with what they're talking about yet. Are you talking about, like, for instance, the last thing that they posted? Are you talking about the last thing they posted on that channel? There's a double 1, double 2 wing nut out here stretching that modulation out. That's right. Wake up, everybody. Wake up. Hey, attention all shoppers out there. This is the 1122 Wingnut stretching that modulation out to the left coast. Wingnut Radio out here on the outside of the east. Nope. I do not speak French.
it sounds like I'm sitting in your living room. Well, other times it ain't. It comes in, it comes out. That's the way it is. But Merry Christmas. Yeah, you should use 23 bucks. Oh yeah, I'm talking to you. Merry Christmas, motherfucker. Right back at you, buddy.
Hey, happy, and a merry, motherfucker.
Right back to you, 334 Alabama. Merry Christmas, right now. 301 World Radio 0833. Down. Apparently we're doing it every once in a while. So, we gotta get I was out there, 334 Alabama. World Radio 406. Merry Christmas. We're standing by. Roger that, 301. Roger that. You sounded Q5 yourself there. Take care. Merry Christmas. World Radio 0833. I tell you, we're there. World Radio 4070. Wait a minute. 75.
Holy crap on a cracker. I can't wait until you guys get some big radios.
Big radio. We need some big radio. You can get out this, man.
Well, I just can't wait until you get big. So.
Imagine Christmas. This morning, everybody got their new CB radios from Santa Claus. Merry Christmas, everyone out there. The big A-Town out here is just where the men are men and the sheep are just here.
Hey, I'm actually curious. I'm curious, man. Hey, I'm curious, everybody. How many guys out there got some new radios and new antennas and all that good stuff from Santa Claus, man? How many people got some new radio stuff out there from Santa Claus? What's going on, Master Ron? Happy, merry. Hey, tell Maria Moon happy, and a merry also.
2637 Sacramento, California. I'll be on the side. 2637.
Well, happy, and a merry to you, SG. Evening time. Hey, evening time, Sunfish. Happy, merry right to you too. You know what I'm saying? Happy, and a merry motherfucker.
Somebody called me out there in Arkansas, out there, I think it was 949, I think it was out there in Arkansas. If so, waving a hand at you from World Radio 2637 out here in Sacramento. Merry Christmas from the world.
Hey, wake up, everybody. Wake up out there. It's the 1122 Wingnut Radio out of here on the side of the road.
94, okay, I got you that time. What part of Arkansas are you in? Alright, appreciate that. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm loving this new Mako Wyco on here. Really liking it a lot. Seems to be working out well for me here. You threw the beef in there. My God. Alright, right back at you there. Have Merry Christmas to you and your family there in Arkansas. Appreciate you all. World Radio 2637 in Sacramento. We'll be on the side. Happy University. And Merry Christmas to you. Yeah, 875. I still got you. Yeah, going to hell with my ticket. Yeah, I sure do. Yeah. Like we have East Coast DX land coming in here to Great Falls, Montana. This is fine morning of Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. World Radio 406 and by waving.
Hey, 406, you're making it down to Florida if that counts, man. Hey, the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here on the side listening. Hey, Sober. What's up, Sober?
Merry Christmas to everyone. We're just having a good old time on the radio this morning, so we're still listening to spin. Radio Canada 64, Manitoba. 030 Gary. Yeah, you got personal Kevin Kilo or Tallahassee, Florida. Good afternoon to you there. Merry Christmas there from Radio Canada 64.
Yeah, hey, Sober. I'm telling you, man, SG's been putting on some really good streams, dude. I really like what he's doing, too. I really appreciate him doing it.
Radio Canada 64, Manitoba. Is that 370 Canada? 370 Canada. Merry Christmas, Neil Bender 777. Merry Christmas, Neil Bender 777. Neil Bender 99. Shake you, dig. 342 calling in from Quebec. Hey, Gainesville, Florida, 1265 there. Merry Christmas to you as well there. Sounding good up here in Manitoba.
Wake up, everybody. Wake up. Have a happy, and a merry out there from the double one, double two, Wing Nut Radio out here stretching.
Let you stick your hand in the sack if you keep talking like that. Christmas, man. Happy New Year. And 73 through the yesterday. Hey, now, settle down, sir. Settle down. It's Christmas, man. You be nice out there. I'll say next watching you, boy. You'll put a little soap in your mouth. You keep talking.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, Master Ron. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Popcorn. I don't know what the skip conditions are doing over in your area, man, but it's just hopping over here, man. Get on the fucking radio. Hey, guess what? Wingnut Radio is stretching into your speaker. I don't believe a word of it. Hey, 983, you're making it to Florida. If that counts, the double one, double two listening. Yeah, Monterey, California, making it Florida. If that counts, Wingnut Radio listening. I'm over here and you're over there.
Yeah, World Radio 0833 said that.
0833 Wingnut Radio here listening to you. That's right, the 11, 22, the Wingnut Radio out here, stretching that modulation out here on the frequency. That's right, happy, and a merry, you motherfuckers.
37, World Radio 26.
Thank you, sir. Well, all the best. Morning to hey, good to see you out there, Greg. I pinned it, Master Ron. I pinned it. It's pinned. So I think it did. As far as I know, I did. Anyway, if I remember correctly. If it's not there, if it's not pinned, let me know. Let me turn this down. I think about it. I don't sit there sitting there thinking about it. Go ahead and pin in that one. Alrighty then. Master Ron. Good day to you, sir.
Merry Christmas to you, Wingnut, and everybody in chat, and everybody on CB Land.
Yeah. A lot of people are on the radio this morning. The conditions are just right, man, for a lot of it, man. It was a lot of I made a contact with Germany this morning. So that was pretty cool. It's very rare where I get to talk to Germany.
Yeah, there's a thing going on in France today, Christmas Day. They're out on a protest. Good to hear.
Right.
So yeah, people still ain't sort of going to themselves, right, today being Christmas, let's sort of all just chill out and everything. People are still going out there and saying, hang on a minute, just letting you know, okay, there isn't a big number of it, but at least they're letting the governments know we're still here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
which is good.
Yeah. Well, honestly, what it needs. See, that's the thing. It's like that thing that protest over in London last weekend. There was nothing really done on it here in the States. There's nothing. So very little people even know about it. You know what I mean? It's just things like that. It doesn't get enough exposure, man. We need to actually figure out ways of getting more exposure of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. So you having a good day so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's just now turning 12 o'clock or a little after 12 o'clock in the afternoon. My mom, yesterday when I went over to her house, I went over there and kind of did some some odd jobs that she had needed done around the yard or whatever. And she had some stuff she wanted to move out of, like a storage building. And I put a bunch of that stuff in the back of her truck, and I told her I'd take it from her. So she all that stuff that she had in the back of her truck, she came over to here this morning, dropped it off, and then she's going over to my cousin's house to have like a dinner with them, with their family, and right now I'm just kind of hanging out. I was sitting there. I was, you know, mostly listening. I wasn't really talking a whole lot when it comes down to making contacts with people out on the radio, but just sitting here basically listening to the radio. I had Mike. He stopped in. We sat here and talked for a minute, and then he had to run. But other than that, man, my day. I don't really have any plans because to me it's just like any other day. But I don't know. Maybe later on I might go over a buddy's house and sit with him and his wife and watch movies or something. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. What are you
Yeah,
What
yeah.
are you gonna do? Or what are you up to?
Chilling out, talking to you, mate.
Oh, right on.
Got Rhea Moon. We're sitting here,
Oh,
not got dressed, and just
that reminds
pajamas
me.
on and what have you,
Tell
laying,
tell Maria Moon
lounging.
I said hello and Mary happy to her. Right.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too.
Oh,
Thank
thank you, love.
you.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate. I mean, I'm glad you guys stopping in and stuff too. I mean, um, I know it's like all we need now is to go over SG's channel so we can actually like make it better. Is that isn't that right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
See,
why, don't know why not.
it just doesn't. It's just not the same without us, right? No.
Yeah, well, that's it. You know what I mean? If it's just wing that, and then if it's just SG and everything, people will go, "Oh, where's Wingnut and Master Ron when we need them?" You know what I mean?
Right.
If we wanted a radio voice, you know what I mean, we'd tune into the radio.
Yeah. 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 I don't know. I was laughing my butt off. It's like, my gosh. When you wrote that comment in there, that was funny. And
Uh,
yeah, because Muggles, I know him as Sober, um, because that's what I get. I think he used to have a channel called Sober or whatever. But anyway, that's how I know him from. And he's a good man right there too. He plays really good darts.
and Muggles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only chatted to Muggles. I've mainly heard Muggles. I think it's been on, if it's the same Muggles, on the Film Boys channel. He's a follower of the sort of stuff that we talk about.
I think so,
You
but
know what I mean?
I see. That's the thing. It's like I remember I know him as Sober. That's what he used to go by, as Sober. Like even on YouTube or whatever. And um, I met him actually. I think I met him over on David's Cafe, that YouTube channel. David, he's another fellow that lives in the UK. He started up a YouTube channel. It's kind of like he imagines it like a cafe. He's like there to be the host of the cafe, and everybody in the chat is like the customers. That's how he kind of.
Oh,
It's like the idea that he's putting out for his channel. It's pretty cool. That's how I met.
yeah.
I met a lot of people just sitting there, just kind of chatting. Like it's like a little sitting in a coffee house chatting, that kind of thing. You know.
Oh, nice. Because Muggles is UK, yeah?
Yeah. As far as I
You're
know,
talking about,
yeah.
oh, it is
Yeah.
Muggles then, which
Yeah. I'm not sure where in the UK, but yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I know he goes on Fake Mike Real News as well. I've got him across on there as well, just sitting there listening.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah.
So,
He does every once in a while. I feel like I don't know if it's um if he's changed his. I know as far as I know, he like changed his name or whatever, but I don't know if it's the same one that where he used to play pool and darts and stuff and do live streams of that when he's sitting in the damn pub or whatever or something playing darts. I don't know. It's the same guy as far as if I remember correctly.
why not?
Yeah.
Why
Well, I
not,
mean,
mate?
shoot. I mean, I thought about stuff like that, man. There's something like just like sitting in the pub or whatever, just playing pool, and because I don't know, I haven't done that in a while actually, but or like because I make stuff too. I was sitting there thinking about, I haven't done it yet, but I've been kind of rolling around in my head because I've done a couple of videos of me making stuff like with my forge and stuff, like forging a knife or whatever. And now they got the live streaming type thing kind of going now, man. I'm been thinking about just doing a live stream of me making a knife from like basically when I start and all the way to the point where I end. It'd be a long ass stream, but it'd be just basically watching me make something, you know. And
Yeah, yeah, it'd be interesting. I'd definitely watch somebody making something like a knife, how to do it, and what have you. A good hunting knife.
oh yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet when it comes down. What kind of knife? I have some
Hmm.
ideas in my head, and I've got lots of steel. And it's just, I just can't make too much. I mean, after that, I mean, it's like I've got very little coal left. So I mean, I can make a few knives. I just can't make many more. But
Hmm.
I want to at least do a lot. I've been thinking about it. I just haven't gotten out my butt out there and done it. But
Mm.
just to, it'd be one of those things
It's,
where I'm just sitting there and doing it, and I will probably won't be, every once in a while looking at the chat or whatever. But other than that, I'll be just sitting there working the whole time.
yeah, it's a thought in process, and now you're going to go about doing it.
Yeah, I mean I've got that kind of idea. Plus I got a bunch of crap strung around my shop. I gotta get in there and clean it up so I can move around without tripping over shit. Um,
Yeah, that would be something, wouldn't it? Live on YouTube, somebody falling into a furnace. Yeah, best
yeah,
once
that
things
would
all
not be
cleared out the
good. It
way.
would, yeah, it would not be good. It's just yeah, because I'm serious. Like it's part my fault, some of it, like some of the stuff that's strung around there, and then the other part of it is one of my dogs got inside the shop and started, you know, um, getting into stuff, and it kind of strung some stuff
Hmm.
around. So it's not all my fault, but I haven't gotten in there and cleaned it up. I've been lazy for the past couple of weeks
Mm.
when it comes down to my shop. Anyway, it's like it really. It's like actually, I'll take that back. I've been really lazy with the cleaning up my shop ever since Hurricane Michael, because when Hurricane Michael came through, it kind of like um, I ended up putting a lot of crap in different places and stuff, and it's just cluttered in there. And because of the hurricane, and I haven't done anything with it since then. So that's like 2 years, almost 2 years. I haven't done shit with it.
Oh
Uh,
well. Well, the last thing I know about the storms you had in America was a few weeks ago with all them tornadoes, wasn't it?
oh
Quite
yeah,
quite nasty they got.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
Hmm.
I mean that's a bad areas anyway. For that, it's known for that. Like, see right here where I'm
Hmm.
living in the Panhandle, we have a real good chance because I'm so close to the water. Hurricanes when it comes down to hurricanes, and then also in this corridor right down through the Panhandle. It's a really it's like actually the lightning capital of the world. We get more lightning strikes here in this like little corridor of the Panhandle than anywhere else in the world. It's pretty crazy. So the thunderstorms can get pretty nasty, you know.
Yeah, but sister, I'm not sure where they were, um, but in the section of America, it might have been in Georgia or something like that, because I had one sister in Georgia,
Yeah,
and they turned around and said that they had some horrific storms where you had to keep away from the walls or
right.
something because when they struck like the walls themselves. So.
Dude, I'm gonna well, yeah, if it's made out of like if it had like corrugated
Hmm.
steel or something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but um I have a cousin. It's not that far away from where I live, right here. And I remember when I was a kid, I was over at his house, and the way the house is, in majority of the house is the roof is held up by like these steel poles that go like in the center of the house. All right, and that
Hmm.
kind of holds up the ridge of the roof system. Well, one time lightning hit the house, and it was like a flash. It was like an orange ball of light that just went. That was like actually it was coming down the pipe right there in the middle of the house. When that happened, you hear this like loud crash. Saw the light, dude. We were out of that house so fucking fast, and we were sitting in the car. You know, we're sitting in the car. You know, just like huddling, like, oh shit, what the fuck? You know, it was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm serious. It scared the shit out of us.
Yeah, like Maria Moon just said, cars are one of the safest places because obviously the rubber wheels,
Yeah, the
tires on
insulation.
them.
Yeah. See,
Hmm.
the way lightning works, all right, when it begins at the ground level and it goes up to the atmosphere, up into the ionosphere, and then comes back down. That's the visual part that you see is
Hmm.
that downward part of it. But the going up to the clouds and back down up to the clouds, you don't really notice because it happens so fast. But the downward, when it comes back down to ground, that's what it's doing. It's just looking for the easiest path back down to ground. If you like, imagine
Hmm.
like an electrical circuit. See, actually, that's another thing too. A lot of people that don't really think about when it comes down like an electrical circuit, like a battery, they think mostly it's the positive side. It's like but actually the negative part, the grounding part, is the most important part of that circuit. It's more important than the positive side because
Hmm.
everything goes back to ground. Everything goes back to ground. And
So
that's all lightning
I,
does. It's just trying to find its least path of resistance back down.
I can remember as a kid, there was a shop about, I don't know, about 50 yards, 100 yards away from my mother's house. And at the end of the T junction. And as these two cars passed each other, all of a sudden I saw this blinding light come down. It's a thunderbolt, and it hit the ground, hit the road center, right in the center, as these two cars passed. Like, it's an incredible sight to see. You know, literally, you could feel the ground and everything. And when I crossed the road, I could see a scorch mark where it actually hit the concrete.
Right.
Right, and I thought, wow, that was pretty amazing. I can still remember it, although it's a long fucking time ago.
I saw lightning. Well, I've had lightning like strike pretty close to me a couple of times.
Hmm.
But there was one time, all right, I was up in North Carolina at the time, and there's this place. It's called Chimney Rock. It's this outcrop of rock that is like off the side of this mountain. It kind of looks like a chimney sticking off the side of it. All right. Well, they made like some kind of like a park where it's like like for tourists and stuff, and they made trails and stuff like that all up through the mountain and stuff. But at the top of that chimney, they got a staircase that'll go up there so you can get at the top of that chimney and like for an overlook so you can look way on down that valley for miles. All right. Well, at the top of that chimney, they put a flagpole up there and they got a flag and all that stuff up there flying and stuff. Well, at one time I used to work there, and part of my job was to go out there and put the flag up and take it down and all that stuff. Well, there was one day that we noticed. I mean, there was no clouds really in the sky or anything like that. But when I noticed the damn flag was starting to get really, where it was starting to whip around a lot, and like the wind was blowing really, hard, and I was worried that it was going to start, ripping up the flag. So I was just like, I went out there to go take it down. All right, I pulled it all the way down, got the flag in my hand. I went down the staircase. When I got at the bottom of the staircase, lightning hit the flagpole at the top, knocked a big ass chunk of rock right at the base of the flagpole, like out, and then went
Hmm.
down the metal staircase railing and popped two holes into the concrete patio, right there, basically in front of me. And those coin operated like binoculars, like for like touristy type places. You put a
Yes.
coin in it, you can see the. Well, they got those up there, all right. Well, there was this lady that was looking through those things at the time that happened, dude. It scared her so much because of the sound and the light. It scared her so much she jumped back probably 15 feet, like when it happened. It was so crazy, man. And that's like
Yeah.
that's not the only time something like that, but that's like the most. It was the craziest thing I've had lightning that close to me, you know.
Mm, yeah. Yeah. Very scary when that shit happens. Hmm.
Dude, and I mean, I saw lightning one time hit it was nothing but sand All right, but in the spot where it hit, it turned the sand to glass. It was so hot, it turned it to glass. All right,
Whoa.
it's crazy, dude. Yeah, it was so hot that it was so the immense heat off of that lightning bolt, it turned the sand to glass. It was pretty cool. I found like it looked like a when you pulled it out and you put it out of the sand and stuff and you know knocked all the loose bits off of it. It looked like a star shape, like a meteor that you would see like in a sci-fi thing out in space. You know, with all these porcupine like spikes and stuff. It was pretty cool. And there was like stuff. I mean, seriously, it was so smooth. You didn't feel any of the sand. It was so smooth, dude. It's crazy. I was like, that was like amazing how hot that would got. You know what I mean? Because that's how
Mm,
glass is made, is from sand. And you got to
that's
think about
right.
how hot it had to be to get to that point. And that one bolt, you know.
Mm, yeah, we've been having really weird, like not normally over here. I've been around for a long time now, but normally the thunderstorms we'd have in the UK would more be around the summertime and
Right.
everything. But I've noticed we've been having them during the winter. You know, what I mean, around this time of the year and what have you during the winter months, and that's something which is becoming more regular, isn't it?
Well, I mean, let
In
me
the
ask you,
UK
like, do
this
you get
time.
like heavy thunderstorms with like massive lightning, or is it just a lot of rain?
We have a lot of rain,
Right.
uh, but yeah, normally in the UK, uh, the thunderstorms, electrical storms, used to mainly happen all of a sudden during the summer months. You know, spring summer months.
Huh.
Uh, but now I find that we're having them as much now during the winter months. You
Right.
know, when it's really cold. It's really weird because
Is
as
it
growing
cold
up
right
as a
now?
child,
Is it
oh
cold
yeah,
right now? Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's wet. You know what I mean? It'd be nice if it
Oh,
was snowing and everything. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just wet, cold. This is how it is now. The last real snow we had at this time of the year on Christmas was when our first grandson, it was his what third birthday, so that was in 2008 years ago was the last time we've actually had snow on the ground during Christmas.
oh yeah. Okay.
You know,
Because I
so
was wondering
obviously,
about that. I was talking to a guy in Canada, and he was mentioning it's like really unusually warm at this time of year up there right now. So that's the reason why I was sitting there thinking about that.
yeah, we have had um, long, dry winters. A
Yeah.
few years ago, we hardly had any rain until the summer months come along, and then we started having rain. But what was it? Yeah, a few years ago, it's basically the wind was really hard for a good few months, and no rain
Right.
at all. So, but what I saw, don't know if we talked about it. Uh, China, they've come out and turned around and said they've done experiments with weather control. Um, so, you know what I mean? How bad, how far it's they've got their range now because they did it. I'm sure I saw a thing on YouTube where they did it at the Olympics, the China Olympics. Only what was it 2 years ago or something like that?
Yeah.
And it's to do with metal fragment particles which they sent up, and it was to cause a clearing in the sky for the Olympics, and it actually worked. So, you know, they're using this fucking technology now where they can actually alter the weather pattern.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, there's a lot of companies out there that's doing it, man, and
mhm,
they're making good money doing it. They charge a lot of money for it anyway. I know that for sure.
mm,
I mean,
yeah,
but there, you think about who's got the cash to actually sit there and actually pay for that.
yeah, yeah. People like Gates, I reckon. want to
You know
grow
what?
his
You know, as it
vegetables.
stands right now, Bill Gates is the largest farmland owner in the United States.
Exactly. Yeah.
Isn't that pretty crazy?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. Somebody like him will, I would think, would definitely invest in uh, growth of his plants and everything, because he definitely wouldn't want a hot, dry season where it'll just kill the crops and everything. So it wouldn't surprise me that somebody like him would be heavily invested in controlling the weather, because he was the one who wanted to blot out the sun or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
He was
Yes.
looking at technology on that side of it.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep.
Fucking hell.
Yep. Exactly.
Pe- pe-
And then
People
control the
to
food. You
make,
think about it. If you control the
yeah,
food, oh shit, there you go. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. To somebody just have got this God complex, that they can control everything to do with the earth.
Well, isn't he be talking about like actually like, having everybody eating bugs and grasshoppers and shit, that kind of stuff?
Hmm.
Or
Yeah.
like, or they're actually coming out with all these 3D printed type food out there too. I've noticed too. There's a 3D printed steak you can get, or a 3D printed hamburger, or all kinds of 3D printed food. Man, it's crazy that what they're actually
Wow.
saying, thinking, and this is what some of these so-called you know thinkers or whatever are thinking that this is how our future should be. Dude, I'm gonna tell you something,
So,
man. They ain't gonna stop me from
so
going out here hunting and getting some meat. I'm gonna tell you straight up.
this is it. How can it be nutritious? You know what I mean? To have something that's been made from a printer, what I
Right.
mean? Where's the nutrition in it?
See, that's the thing. See, I would see. I can't do it on my cell phone, but there is like links of different videos and stuff, man. I would love to show you where it's crazy the different stuff that I've come across, like on the 3D
Mm,
printed food and stuff. For instance, man, on that subject, I found a lot of stuff on that type of subject when it comes down to like the, grounding up bugs and stuff, and they're talking about this is like the new protein type of fucking meat. You know what I mean? Grinding up the bugs and
hmm.
making like a hamburger out of it. You know what I mean? And saying this is the new thing. And I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about, dude? He's crazy. These people are
Yeah.
crazy, man. They're fucking insane, and they want us to live this way. What? Fucking crazy.
Well, that's what I mean by God complexes. They can
Right.
actually think that they can produce something from nothing. You know what I mean, through technology, and it's like you're dabbling. You're fucking around with things which you shouldn't be. You're creating something that isn't natural.
Right.
And look at the state we're in now.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something.
They
I'm gonna tell
created
you something,
something that
man.
isn't natural.
Well, okay, on that level, Mother Nature will always fight back. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And she'll just take it all back eventually, and that
Yeah.
kind of thing. But I don't know. I was sitting there talking to my mom about this too because she was interested in like the radio stuff. I was talking like on my radio stuff. She's like, why is it so good right now? Why is it so good to talk to these people? And I was telling her about the 11-year cycle that the sun goes through, and we're working up into the peak of that cycle right now. And at the peak of that cycle, it it the sun puts off all these solar flares that kind of like push through space, and they hit the ionosphere of the planet, and it kind of makes all the RF signals kind of like push them around a lot further. But there's always that reality of type of a chance that the sun could put off a big enough solar flare, and if it's big enough it could hit the ionosphere, and then it would knock out all electronics all over the fucking planet. There is that
Yeah.
chance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And some people say we might be some experts or whatever you want to call them. Some say that we're kind of like overdue for something like that. If they're supposedly looking through like history and stuff on like for instance the last time that in recorded history they think it happened. Um, because there wasn't a whole lot of electronics at the time at the last time it happened. But There was a time back when electricity was brand new when it happened, from what I understand.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
you know, if it was to happen again, big enough would come up. It would knock out everything. So like even newer cars, you wouldn't be able to start the motherfucker. Anything electronic, these cell phones, everything, just die. And
Mm.
but
Would that be such a bad thing?
no, it probably. Well, okay, put it this way. In a lot of levels, it would put everybody on a equal playing field. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Um, except for the people that are actually thinking about it or thinking about that type of stuff. Because there's ways to prepare for that. Um, because you can get the same result of it, like an EMP type of result, with like doing a nuclear bomb, like and then like detonating a nuclear bomb, let's say about 20 miles directly above a city. For instance, you can if you did that, the EMP off that nuke would actually kill everything electronic in that whole area or that whole country almost, depending on how high up in the atmosphere you do it. Um, the
Yep.
lower you are in the atmosphere, closer to the ground, the more focused that EMP will be. Like the higher up in the atmosphere, the wider the range you get. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
that's just that you can get the same result with a nuke, but um, but the sun does it naturally anyway. It's just hasn't pushed out a big enough one yet. That's the only thing, and that's nature. That's natural. Yeah, I mean, if it happens, it happens. That was what needed to happen in the first place. Um,
Yes. Yeah. Just the
but
world changing to another way.
yeah, I
It's
mean,
evolution.
and like I said, for the ones that have are aware of this stuff and actually can protect themselves from it, like I got an old enough vehicle where and now I haven't done it yet, but I got an old enough vehicle. If I put the computer in a Faraday cage type of scenario in my vehicle, that'll be protected, and then it won't get affected. I'll be able to start my fucking truck up. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And that's about the only thing I need to protect is that main computer in the truck. And but the older the vehicles that before they started putting computers in them, to like run everything like the emissions and blah blah blah, all that other stuff. Before they did all that, like back in like 1983, 84 or something like that, like before that, those cars probably won't be that affected. I mean, there's like one thing, it's like a solenoid, and that's so easy to find. You can find them suckers in junkyards. All right.
Yeah.
And but um newer cars wouldn't start. And then like everything else too. Um just dead. Which, like I said, if you're thinking about it, like, I know some governments and stuff are thinking about it because like the old technology, like back when everything was vacuum tubes, the old vacuum tube type radios and TVs and stuff like that. Um,
Hmm.
well, the vacuum tubes will actually survive an EMP type of attack. Like either through the sun or like a nuke or something like that. They will actually survive. And a lot of the military stuff in Russia is still vacuum tubes. They have not even done anything and upgraded it to the solid state of today. They haven't done that at all. They've kept it all vacuum tubes, and it's like, um, eh, if it ever came down to it, they'd have a better chance of surviving it on keeping things going. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Well, because I mean,
It's
like even the electric grid. I mean, once you think about it, if that was all to go, if it was all to shut off right now, all right, um, that first few days, maybe up to a week, people will still be wondering, hey, is it going to come back on? You know what I mean? And then another week goes
Mhm.
by. Imagine what people would start thinking then. All right, let's say 3 weeks go by. Imagine what people are thinking then. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. There'll be a lot of blind panic going around because
Well,
people
yeah,
won't know how what to do. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I like fishing and things like that, and
Right.
certain knots and what have you, which I do for fishing, which would work as a trap as well.
Oh
You
yeah.
know what I mean? And I used to play on this game, this live streaming game, and we used to get into conversations and what have you. And I'd turn around and say, you know, what would you do if the internet went down? Do you have any practical skills? And the amount of people that haven't actually got any practical skills, because going into these subjects, I said, well, how would you survive then? You know what I mean? You want to get out and you want to learn things. You know what I mean? In the real world, if you took away everything that you've got used to now, what are you going to do? I said, at least with me, I have uh, learned and certain things to actually survive if that scenario occurred, you know,
Yeah. Like, yeah,
for
making like a snare trap to catch,
something.
game
Yeah,
or something like that. Or, I mean, that's
yeah.
something. I mean, that's something to know, like how to make a fire, how to find and purify water. I mean, these are basics.
Hmm.
How to build a
Yeah.
basic shelter if you needed to. You know what I mean, or whatever. These are basics and stuff. Like, for instance, you don't have a house, you're out in the middle of the woods or out in the middle of the country or whatever. But that's something if you were in that situation. Or I'll give you a more realistic situation. Like, let's say you're out on the highway, or I mean on the road, on the major highway or whatever, where there's nothing but the road and there's no, nothing else. You know what I mean? It's just the main road, whatever. And going along, and then next thing you know, it all happens, and then next thing you know, you and everybody else on that road are dead stop. All right,
Hmm.
all right. Like, for instance, what do you got in your vehicle that get, like, do you have enough, like a couple bottles of water? Maybe something like a couple of, like, something to eat, maybe. I don't know, because if you might be there for a while, unless you start
Yeah,
walking, you know what I mean?
yeah.
I mean, it's
And
it's
then they'll
something
be
to think
lost
about.
because they won't have their phones or sat nav to find their way.
Right. So that's another thing too. Maybe an actual paper map, like in your car of
Hmm.
the area, you know what I mean? Just so you have it, you know what I mean? I
Hmm.
do actually. I have maps in my vehicle. You know what I mean? All like actual paper maps. And because I don't rely on the internet to get me around. Because I've had, like, was it that was it Google Maps or whatever it is. I've actually had it take me completely in the wrong direction where I needed to go. You know what I mean? And there's some roads that are not even there, and it's wanting to take me down this thing, and I'm like, there's no fucking road here. What is this thing talking about? You know,
Hmm.
uh, Stuff like that. So I rely on the damn maps, the regular, like, paper maps and stuff.
Yes, but what was it? I can remember a few years ago. Well, this was before, well, quite a few years ago, before sat nav, Tom Toms. You know what I mean? The old, very first sat nav things come
Yeah.
out. But I went to London with my brother-in-law because he's working for a taxi service, and they hired him to deliver a specific package to a place in London. And when we was coming out, there was areas which were blocked off. You couldn't go this way, that way, and everything. He said, where the fuck do we go? I said, well, well, the sun is going behind us. I said, so as long as we got the sun going behind us and we keep on keeping in that direction, we're going to end up at the east coast.
Right.
By then, you would have found some sign saying that's where we need to go. I said, so if we keep the sun behind us, we'll soon find the route out of it, and we will eventually find a signpost saying this direction. But he was completely confused at the time because he just didn't go, oh, hang on a minute, if I keep the sun that direction, it's going west, so I know I'm going to go east. Just carry on in that direction. You're going towards the east coast, and you're going to follow your way back up north. Right,
Yeah.
but he was literally thinking, how the hell do we get out of London now? Well, just fucking
Well, you
just
could
keep the
you
sun
could have
behind
you
you.
could have messed with him so bad, and he was like, "How do we get out of London?" Well, all right, we got to find a toad that has three legs All right, and then it's going to tell us how to get to the nearest rock that will actually sing to us the way out. You know, you could have messed with them so hard.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't know. Some people they just don't. They haven't taken much into their minds because they just rely too much on something else to give
Yeah,
them that sort of direction or whatever, you know. And I think, well, just go back to basics, you
yeah.
know. Just
That's the
follow the
See,
basics.
that's the thing. It's like that's what that's my thing. It's what is it? It's an old acronym. It's KISS. KISS. It's keep it simple, stupid. You know, that's the
Yeah.
acronym for it. That's what it is. And
Mm,
it's like that's and I try to keep it that way. You know, it's like okay, that's why I might sometimes ramble and I kind of go different directions, but what it does is kind of like it keeps it's all um centers around a core in a sense. It might have branches off of it, but it all kind of comes back together. Um,
yeah.
but you know, but it's I try to keep it to its primary thing. The only thing is like you know all these other little branches off of it has an effect also, and that's what confuses people. You know, all those branches off the core, getting to the root in a sense. You know, if you were to
Hmm.
relate it to like gardening, you know what I mean. You know, you got the root on the stem and then the flower and all that stuff. You know, it's like just get to the actual root of it. You know.
Hmm. Oh yeah, it's like freshwater fish here. They're in abundance and everything. And you know, people say, "Oh well, if it comes to it, I'll be out to fish." And I've had to say to them, "You do realise that there is one specific fish you cannot eat and everything." I said, "No, of course you can eat it all." I said, "No, you've got to be wary of which ones you can eat and which ones you can't eat. You know, not all fish are edible."
Right.
So simple things like that. It's like with the common river eel. Um, and I've said to people, if you've got a cut on your hand and everything, make sure you use a towel or something because the secretion of what and the blood at that time, if they're bleeding, it gets into you. It's actually toxic. He goes, what? I said, well, yeah, if you've got an open wound and if something from an eel gets into your blood system, it can really cause you serious harm. You know, and they're
Huh.
like,
Right.
and they look at me confused. I said, you know, it's just the basics of what
Right.
you can and what you can't. It's like, I know of the five that we've got in this country where I know in other countries there's more, but there's five plants and two of them that can actually kill you. And you have to be wary of which ones are actually like you got your normal. I think you call it nightshade or something over in America, but we call them stinging nettles, where you can bring you up in a rash and things like that. Allergic reactions. Some people can have really bad allergic reactions with them. But there's two plants that mainly grow by the rivers and everything, which are that toxic that they can actually kill you. You know, and they're going, what? Yeah, if you know, you just need to take notice of certain things, and then you know what you can go near and what you can't go near. You know,
Right.
because I turned around and said in joking on YouTube, I said, "Oh well, I know we can't have guns, but get myself a crossbow. I know what plant to go for, dip it and everything, put a little bit of wax over the tip and what have you, and do what the people do in the rainforest, you know, with a dart when they want
Right.
to get their food. You dip it and everything, and you know,
Right.
I go, really? I said,
Well,
yeah,
I'll tell you
there's
this. Now, when it comes
natural
down
shit
to
out
like
there.
even just fishing, I mean, you're not the only one that's thought of that either. So you had to
Hmm.
be in basic competition with everybody else that knows how to fish and they're out there fishing. You know what I mean? So, you had to make that's something else to keep in mind. Miranda News.
Mhm.
Miranda is said there's like police used tear gas on protesters in uh, Khartoum 29 minutes ago. She said she found out on
Wow.
Reputed News. Khartoum. That's what's that? Uh,
Middle East, on it?
yeah, I just don't know where in Middle East right offhand. That's what it sounds like. I was thinking
That's
Egypt
what
for
it
some
sounds like
reason.
to me. Yeah, that's what I thought. It'd be somewhere around the Middle East area.
Right?
Sounds like it. Could be wrong.
Tear gas, man.
Maybe
Yeah.
Miranda Raw News will let us know if we're in the right area at least. But
She
yeah, it's.
she
Ah,
also mentioned earlier. There's another one. Earlier. Um, I haven't looked at it since because I've been on the stream. But there's another news story that was she was talking about earlier too. Uh, about a bunch of stuff.
Sudan.
Sudan. Okay. Isn't that general direction?
I think it's in the same sort of direction, yeah. Could be wrong, but I'm sure it's more Middle East, somewhere around that area. The Sudan.
I can't remember right
Could be
offhand.
wrong.
I'd have to look at a freaking map myself.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not walking all the way there, so I'm not going to follow the fucking sun to find out. I ain't got any plans to go to Sudan. Hello, NC girl. But yeah, it's like I've got a book, just a pocket book on mushrooms and everything, which ones are edible and which ones ain't, and things like that. You know what I mean? It's just simple things which, if it comes down to the crunch, you know what things you are able to eat and what things you aren't able to eat, you know? And I've always had that book somewhere handy in case, one day you never know. It's good to have these things handy.
I got a book right here now. Think about it. Let's see here. Let me back this up here. Uh, this one. This is one. Wilderness Medicine, Fourth Edition. It's like um, all kinds of medical uses for different types of stuff you can find out in the woods.
Mm,
Everything from like pain relief, itching, fevers, whatever. You know what I mean? Um,
actually, that would be a good book to get. Yeah.
yeah,
Anything natural.
I've got a bunch of little books like this, man, that I kind of use for reference. But I've read all of them, and I know a lot of this stuff. It's almost like to me, it's common sense. But then there's other
Mm,
information. I mean, more technical, like some of the medical stuff, like like for injuries and stuff, different things like that. I'm not that
yeah, it'd
I've
be a good
got
idea.
that's another thing too, and I've got a pretty much a full on like military style med kit too. So I mean, I've got the equipment to do it if I got into a situation. It's just that I don't know all this stuff by heart. That's why I keep stuff like this for like a reference. And so like if I got in a situation like I was wounded somehow, how do I treat that? And if I don't have like
Yes.
medications, like pharmaceutical type medications, what can I use that I can get right here in the woods where I'm at? What can I use? That kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that I might just look out for a book like that. It's handy to have around if it come to it. You're
You
not
never know,
wrong.
man. You never
You
know.
never know. And it could make interesting reading as well. You know what I mean? And then you
Yeah.
can say, oh, I don't have to
Put
actually
the
take a
You sit this
man-made
and put this in the
pill.
bathroom, set it next to the toilet, so every time you go to the toilet, you can sit there and read it.
Yeah, that's
You
it.
know,
Gain a little bit of knowledge.
exactly. You know,
Hmm. And Merry Christmas, Gregory, from myself
yeah,
from Maria Moon
yeah,
and Free Thinker and North Carolina Girl. I think it's NC means North Carolina.
yeah.
Could be
M,
wrong.
NYC, New York, NYC. That's New York. Or, uh, Huh?
Oh no. NC girl. I don't know. Could be
NY.
wrong. Could be North Carolina.
I didn't see NYC in there.
Hmm.
Well, anyway. Yeah. Good to see Greg out there too. But yeah, I've got different books like this actually, man. I've got another one. It's on just nothing but trees. So I could recognize different trees by the leaves, by the bark, and all that other stuff, depending on what type of region I'm in America anyway. Because that's really all I
Hmm.
was mostly worried about at the moment. But let's see here. I got another one. It's on like different types of flowers and also mushrooms. So like I can recognize in the area where I'm at, like what kind of mushrooms are poisonous or which ones aren't,
Yeah.
uh, that kind of thing. And then let's see here. I also got another one. It's just all about the star constellations and all that stuff. So like I can sit here in
Hmm.
my yard and look at the position of the stars and all that kind of stuff, and I can look it up in the book and blah blah blah, that kind of stuff.
Hmm. Yeah.
For like navigation, like back in the day when like ships were out on the sea and they got those things. What is it called? Um, um, oh crap, a sextant. A sextant. You know what a sextant
Hmm.
is? That thing they
Yeah,
look
I
at
do have
and they kind
those.
of look up into the stars or whatever, and they kind of get their bearings on where they're at. I actually at one time I had one of those, man. I I never really kind of got the hang of it, but I kind of know the basics on how it works because all it is just like basically looking through that, getting up to the angle of where the star is, where you're at, and then you can figure out like what direction and all your bearings are according to the stars and all that stuff. Navigation type of thing.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Handy bits of knowledge, people. The basics. Like it when we've gone out and we've gone out, especially summer months and in the middle of nowhere and what have you. And I don't know. I've never actually got lost. I've always found some way of trying to figure out which direction should walk in. You know what I mean? Until you're gonna find your bearings of, you know what I mean, late at night and what have you, if you're out in the woods and what have you.
Right.
Um, Quite a few times uh, in days gone by, I'll be out with a few friends and what have you, and we'd literally be walking for miles and pitch black and what have you. And I sort of thought to myself, right, which direction would be a good direction to find, get your bearings back. So far, it hasn't failed me. I've always been able to find a way of figuring out where I am and which direction to go into. I've never actually could say that I've ever got lost. Whereas some people, they sort of stand there, they go, "Where the fuck am I? Where do I go?"
Right. Yeah.
Just
Well, it's just like knowing
use your
like
brain a little.
what's north, south, east, and west. That's a
Yeah,
that's just a basic
exactly.
right there.
Yeah,
Understanding that the when the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, that's just the
yep,
basics right there. Um, and then you can if you can figure that out, you can figure out north and south right off the bat.
yep,
Yeah. It,
exactly. Oh man.
I mean, the planet hasn't like completely flip flopped where everything's backwards completely yet, so it's not like it still rises in the east and sets in the west.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But well, I'm watching a YouTube. It was, and we got this thing called a program called Sky at Night, and this woman, she was talking about um the world with the ice caps melting and everything, and she turned around and said this is actually a natural occurrence. And it happens around about every 10,000 years, where the ice caps do melt and what have you, and it's a cycle that the Earth actually goes through.
Right.
But she also turned around and said the other thing you have to take into account is that the moon is actually traveling further away from the Earth. So that's going to change the system and how the magnetic pull is going to change of the
Yeah.
Earth. Because you said, okay, it's literally a small amount which it is moving away. But she turned around and said, eventually, though, it's going to be so far away that the Earth is going to have a slight wobble.
Well, it has a slight wobble as it is, but I
Yeah.
mean, I'll tell you this: there has been evidence recently where the magnetic north has been moving. I mean, it was like above like Canada in that area, up in above Canada spot. It is now moving toward like Serbia. I mean, not Serbia, but what is it? On the other side of Russia. What is it? Is it? No, no, not Serbia. Oh crap. But yeah, it's on the other side of Russia, on the top end, like the top part of Russia. God, what is that? Um, Freak, I'm drawing a blank for some reason. I had it in my head, but I like lost it. I'm trying to remember that region. But anyway, the magnetic north is actually shifting, so that's going to have an effect right there on how it moves through space around the sun and all. Um, you know, and then our magnetic, you know, the magnetic poles when they kind of move around, and the equator will be in a different place, you know, or be altered a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. The moon has a lot of things that control. So you know, people go, "Oh, it controls the oceans and everything." I think, well, I'm sure there's more to it than just controlling the oceans. I'm sure
Well,
there's
that's not
more
the
to it than just
only.
that.
That's not the
Yeah.
only one that. I mean, all the other planets, all right, they're just happen to be farther away, so their effects are a little bit more subtle. But they do the exact same thing the moon does.
Yeah.
All right, it's
Yeah.
like I said, they're just further away, different sizes, but their effects just slightly more subtle. But there is an effect. You know, it's
Yeah.
even like even on our physiology, even on our physical body, because it's like mostly water and carbon. All right. Well, all that, you know, you think about how the moon affects the tides. Well, that's all water, right? Well, it affects
Yeah.
us also. All right. Well, it's the same thing with every other planet. It affects us just more subtle. All right. And the same thing with it affects the planet more subtle. That's all it is. So, I mean, it's like you know, all that matters. All that matters.
See, this is it. Maria Moon, she's interested in the alignments of the planets and
Right.
things like that. You know what I mean? She really keeps. I know you just like that sort of thing, don't you? You talk, yeah, yeah, in like alignments and everything. I think, well, I
Well, I
haven't
mean, you
gone.
know, there's a, you know, everybody, a lot of people want to dismiss it as like, you know, oh, this is this, that, whatever, you know, but if you observe the actual reality facts on how it affects everything, and like I said, if you
Hmm.
just look at the effects of how the moon affects the tides, all right, that's water, all right, we're 90% freaking water. Of course, it's going to
Yes.
affect us, okay? So, all right, on that end, an aspect, every other piece of rock out there, like a planet or whatever, they affect us. It affects this planet when it comes down to water. Also, it's just, you know, depending on how far away and how big the damn thing is and what kind of effect it does. You know.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yeah. She just says, "And Venus is love." See, she's into the star
What
signs and everything like
is
that
that?
as well.
Men from Mars and women from Venus.
Yeah, I've seen the B movie. uh, but yeah, she follows. What's that woman's name? Chanda, an American lady. She does tarot readings and things like that.
Oh yeah. All right.
So that's obviously alignment of the solar system and the star systems and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So she's interested in that line of things. So what did I buy this year? I bought her some these gemstones, healing stones, and what have you. I thought, well, I'll get you some of them stones.
Right.
I ain't got a clue what they do, but I thought, oh well.
It
She knows.
it depends on what they are. It depends on what they are. What type
Yeah,
of stones they are. You
yeah,
know,
exactly.
each one of them has its own energy, and it's for certain different reasons. You know.
Yeah, but
I
yeah,
mean,
she goes by star signs of people.
oh yeah.
Uh, uh,
Oh well, then Maria. All right. What do you say about a Sagittarius? What do you think?
what are Sagittarius people?
Pretty much.
Foot in mouth.
What now?
Oh, right, it's an expression. Foot in mouth. Yeah, what is that? Means that you speak before you think.
Yeah, you just
You just say that,
it's
you
not a
know.
bad thing. My brother's a Sagittarius.
There you go. It's not a bad thing. She said her brother's a Sagittarian.
Really dark
Right.
humour.
Dark humor.
Right.
I'm more on the fun side than most zodiac signs.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't. I couldn't hear it all the way.
More of the on the fun side of life,
Uh,
of the zodiac system, whatever
right.
that
Out of all the
was.
signs.
Out of all the signs.
Well, yeah. The traveler. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah,
Yeah, loads of good qualities.
loads of good qualities. She said.
Yeah. There's some negative ones in there. I'll have to admit.
Mhm. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't know one person to another person to do with their star sign myself, but
Oh man. All right. Well, I'll tell you, man, I kind of was, I still am, but at one time I was pretty interested in all that, the zodiac and all that stuff. Even the Chinese zodiac, I even got into that and the mythological significance of all that stuff too. But um, when I used to live in North Carolina at one time, I knew a lot of people that were actually they were Leos, and Leos, man, they're a lot of them. They just kind of want to be like the center of attention. All right. Well,
Yeah.
we ended up having like a Leo party. Like everybody that were born under a Leo, we had one big ass party for them. And man, and it was out in the middle of the mountains and out where all the hillbillies live and stuff. And we had so many people there. It was like most of them were musicians. So we had all these like people who were sitting there having all this like music playing and like jam session type stuff, and it lasted for 2 days. It was so cool. But everybody was wanting to be the center of attention because almost everybody there was a Leo. You know.
what?
I like Leos.
Oh, she says that she don't mind Leos. What star signs don't you like? People.
I'm not over keen on Aries.
She's not over keen on Aries. So if there's any Aries people
Sorry.
out there,
Well,
she said
okay.
sorry, but she doesn't mean it.
Well, okay. I know a lot of dumb blondes that are actually Aries.
Actually, we've had a couple of friends that have been really alright. Like, yeah, we have, haven't we?
I don't know. I don't go by star signs.
Yeah, it's just that they're untruthful. They tend to not be straight shooters. That's but obviously, lots of other things affect people's signs, isn't it?
Right.
Their sun, their moon, and their rising. I'm a Scorpio, but all my sun, moon, and rising are all Scorpio as well.
Oh, really? My rising
Yes,
sign's in Scorpio.
yeah. So you've got a lot of Scorpio traits as well, then.
Yeah. 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 But
That's not
like
so bad,
I'm born. I'm on the date. I was like, it's at the end of November, so I'm a Sagittarius. But I had mine. I had mine all read at one time, so that's how I know I'm like I got my rising sign is in Scorpio, and I can't remember the rest of it. I had a whole chart done up of my sign, for instance. Like, I had, the date and time and all that stuff when I was born, even the location, what the sign, the stars were at that time, blah blah blah. I had a whole chart done, and I knew all of it. I don't remember all of it,
Yeah,
but
I've never had mine done. A girl I speak to has offered to do it, but I've never took her up on it.
well, it's interesting. I mean, me personally, at the time, man. I mean, I was interested in all that stuff, like the metaphysical stuff. I still am, but I studied it a lot when I was younger, and uh, you start looking at like what the explanation of different traits and stuff. Everything from positive to negative or whatever. And I'm telling you something, man. And it's almost like right on the money on a lot of levels. I mean, even when
Yeah,
you start meeting people, and before you even know like what sign they are or whatever, you can see these traits, and you can almost guess it before you find out for sure. You know what I mean? Especially if you're aware of it.
yeah.
It's pretty crazy, man. It's how almost right on it is, and I don't know. Um, but that's something that's been like noticed and stuff for like thousands of years, man. This is like an old thing.
Mhm.
It's like when I was starting to go into like getting into like the Chinese zodiac. All right, do you know what sign you are on the Chinese zodiac?
Yeah, yeah, rabbit.
A rabbit. Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
I'm
both
a
rabbits.
tiger. I'm a tiger. All right.
Right, yeah, I saw
I'm
that.
not sure if a rabbit and a tiger. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I have to look it up. I have to look it up. I'm not sure what a rabbit and a tiger is supposed to be, but yeah, I started looking into all that stuff, trying to like the whole mythology behind it and all that stuff. Um, because like even a Sagittarius, it's half man, half horse. That's the centaur. All right, that's more of a mythical type creature in a sense. It's like um, but
Yeah, I've
I
I've
want
got a really dark sense of humour, but my brother's is like his humour is totally dark. Some people don't
right,
get it, they're like,
right.
but he makes us laugh, don't he?
Yeah.
Well,
Some of
it
the
takes
things
all
he does.
kinds. I'm serious. It takes all kinds. Everybody's got a different sense of humor, for real, and everybody
Mhm.
thinks everybody's got a different idea of what's funny, and that's what I like. I like that diversity. You know what I'm saying? Because there are
Yeah,
some things, man, I can find funny myself. That some people are like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, we like Jimmy Carr.
Yeah, yeah. Don't know if you've ever come across Jimmy Carr stuff. He's very dark humor, and
Yeah,
he'll hit subjects that other people won't hit subjects on. But his philosophy in life is that you need to laugh at these things. Do you know what I mean? Because otherwise, it can just bring you down
oh yeah,
uh,
yeah,
into that area. So you got to laugh at it because it's part of reality. It's what's going on in daily life. So I
right.
think, yeah, I agree with that because he
Well,
does this end of his live performances, and it's always the same. He said, "Right, I'm going to carry on doing these jokes until you go, Jimmy, no more, no more. You're gone a bit too dark now. You know what I mean?" And that's what he does to the shock factor. How far can he go? Because he'll let any subject and make a joke of it.
right. Well, I mean,
Which,
you almost have to, man. I mean, seriously, I kind of
yeah,
have to laugh about some of my situations in some ways, man, because otherwise it'll work on me, and I'll be depressed.
yeah,
Because I mean, like for instance, like I said, I'm going through a little bullshit in my own personal bubble right now, and I'm trying not to get to a real stressed about it because I feel like somehow, one way or another, it'll work out somehow. I'm not sure yet how, but somehow it's gonna work.
hmm
Um, but I kind of also need to make the effort in a lot of ways, but like for instance, like some of the work that I've been doing to make some money and stuff, I'm waiting on those people to actually get some stuff going. You know, it's not like I can go out and get, do that work yet and make some money.
Mhm.
Oh man,
Mm.
uh, I'm hoping that'll all work out. I'm kind of hoping like around the first, man, everything will start kicking back in where I can get back in there and making some cash. Because it's kind of stressing me a little bit. I'm trying not to stress over it though.
Oh,
But it's one
I'm
of the
just
things.
going to
Every year around this time of year, it's always this stressful when it comes down to money though. So screw it.
the person, I'm not sure if you're typing in it, but the person, the female voice is my partner. She's called Maria Moon. So there you go. Her name is Maria Moon.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. It's
Free thinker. Every once in a while, you might see her in the chat. Sometimes she gets in the chat too. So
yeah.
if you see her, that's
And
that's
some
her, Maria Moon.
and sometimes you'll hear her come on. She has actually gone on panels before under her own name. Well, yeah, once you have, but if not, she comes. If I'm chatting away, then sometimes I say, "Here you go," because people bring up certain subjects, and I think, well, especially when it comes down to star signs and everything, so I just go, "Well, I'll pass you over to Maria Moon because
Yeah.
I haven't got a clue. I take
Yeah.
people as I find them,
Yeah.
you
She's
know,
your local expert on those things.
on those things." Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't like. She also reads dreams as well. She's very interested in reading what a dream means
Let me.
because
Okay.
there's sacred signs in
Yeah,
it.
because I got interested in that too, man, because I've had some really crazy ones through my life, and I was trying to figure out, what other people's ideas of like interpretations of stuff. Um, because I mean, it could be everything from like certain things, like a place that you're at, or like the people you see. I've had dreams of people's faces that I've never seen before. I've never seen them like on TV. I've never seen them in real life or any of that stuff. So I was like, I don't know where these faces come from, but I've seen faces in my dream that I've never seen before.
Yeah, apparently, I don't know how true it is, but apparently every face that you see in the dream, you've seen somewhere and your subconscious mind's dropped it.
That,
Even if your conscious mind's not been aware.
that's how I think it is. That like Maria Moon says about things that at a very young age, and I've always got this belief that from the time you're born and your eyes open, that you're taking in knowledge.
Yeah.
So everything's there, what you've seen and what you've heard and what you smell and what you've done is all back there. You've just got to tap into it and remember that. Oh, but Maria Moon believes that we get reincarnated all the time.
So it's from a previous life too.
Well,
But for me,
that could be part of that for on that angle. That could be partly the reason why I might have dreams of people I've never met before because it could be people I've met in past lives. You know what I mean? I'm just like it's like, or there is that. Okay, this is a theory that that we actually can travel through time and space through our dreams, all right, and through that unconscious state. And so there's a possibility that we are traveling through time and space, and those people are actually people I met way back in the back, at another life, and I'm just remembering faces. I don't know, but there's like situations. Okay, I'll give you an example. I've had dreams where I felt like I was being chased by something. All right, I felt something was.
Oh, where you go?
where you gone? Hello? Am I gone or are you gone? Hang on, let me find out. If I can hear my voice on the TV set, then I'm annoying myself. Am I gone or are you gone?
And so Nikki's sound's gone.
Yeah, Wingnut, I think your sound's gone.
Yeah, I believe that too. Reaping.
Can you guys hear Wingnut? Or is it just me? What does that say?
Wingnut is gone, not you on.
Oh, right. Oh, he more likely disconnected and will reconnect. Otherwise, you're going to hear me waffle, and you don't want to hear me waffle. Definitely don't want to hear me waffle.
Chasing dreams.
Chasing dream is what?
Your fears.
Your fears.
Yeah, you've got to stop and face whatever's chasing you.
There you go, Wingnut. You got to face up to your fears, is the advice. So
But
put out,
get to say the rest of it, so.
put out your guns and your mortars and your tanks and your cannons and everything else, and confront the demons. And there's a lot out there to confront at the moment.
Yeah, we all have them, hiding and being chased dreams. Everybody does. It's where we're not like facing some things.
See, for me,
so it's all.
I think he's just coming back. Wingnut.
Yeah, my damn internet just blinked out on me.
Ah, right. Yeah. Anyway, carry on with your, because we're still talking about your dream of being chased, and I don't know if you caught what Maria Moon said, what that means. So here you go. She can repeat it.
Okay.
I was just there, just on that part alone. They say that whatever is chasing you, you need to turn and face. It's usually your fears.
I have to face it? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah, apparently. I've never been able to do it myself, but you can consciously do it. I suppose it's like lucid dreaming, where you can
Yeah, where you can like basically control the dream in the dream.
Yeah, so you turn and face whatever's chasing you. But I've never been able to do that, but it does make me aware of, like if I'm hiding my head in the sand a little bit about something, that sort of thing. But you didn't finish what the dream was.
Oh, well, I'm all right. I remember running into a building and what I thought was empty at the time when I'm dreaming this. I thought it was empty. So I'm running in this building and it was like an office, like I guess on the bottom floor. It was like an office building with a bunch of desks and stuff. So I found
Internet gone again.
Yeah, you've cut out again, Wingnut. Hopefully you can hear us.
I've dreamed of being killed all over again. Why? That's a rebirth. Death in a dream is never real. It never means you're going to die. It means that you need to let go of something, end something, and begin again, start afresh.
Did you hear that? I'm not sure if you spoke loud enough.
I don't know.
I don't know if it was. Can you still hear me? Or has it completely gone down? No, my icon is moving, so they can hear me.
I served in Bosnia.
Right, that was Bosnia's. That means that you was actually serving there as a peacekeeper, wasn't it? I think Bosnia, Serbia, and all that during the times where you witnessed a lot but couldn't prevent a lot of shit happening. I believe that was the Baltic states, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people come back from there pretty fucked up because you were sent there as peacekeepers and you weren't allowed to do anything, although it's happening in front of your face, but you couldn't intervene unless you was being fired upon. I believe that's how it worked, which obviously having those rules put on you that you cannot retaliate unless you're attacked. So you have to watch the carnage going on in front of you and you can't stop it from happening. So a lot of service people did come back a bit fucked up from that because, that If you're in the armed forces, you are there to protect people and stop carnage. Whereas in Bosnia, Serbia, and everything, you had to witness it while it is going on in front of you. Yeah, it's a total fucked up thing to do. But that is the United Nations. You know, their idea of, you know, which is a crazy thing to do. That's the United Nations. United Nations peacekeeping force where you're not allowed to actually keep the peace. You have to witness it unless fired upon. I believe that's what it was. Right, you
Merry
back, Wingnut?
Christmas, LJ.
Oh,
Yeah,
happy
yeah, I'm
Christmas,
back.
LJ.
I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm back.
we're
I'm back.
talking to somebody in the chat. Anyway, carry on with you got to the point where you ran into a building and there were desks and what have you.
Okay, well, it's like almost like, goddamn, they don't want me to tell my story, but shit. All right. Anyway, I remember going and running into there, and I remember a desk, and I found a desk. And I ran up underneath it, and I was hiding. All right, I heard a noise off the right next to me, like there was a desk right next to me. I heard a noise. I looked over there, and there was somebody else hiding under a desk over there, right next to me and stuff. And it was one of those faces that when I think back, it's like it's not familiar. I mean, it's not somebody I met, not somebody I think I've seen on TV. It's like a whole nother face that I don't think I've ever met before, like that I know of. And but that was one of those ones where I felt like I was being chased, and I met I saw somebody there that
What that would mean is that you're running from yourself, because the stranger is a stranger within. It's parts of yourself that either you've not acknowledged or you don't want to acknowledge. And obviously hiding is like running away. It's things that you're not confronting. A building would be like a house, for instance. The state of the house would be your body. So like if the house was in really good condition, that would be how you'd be feeling. If it was run down, that'd be how you'd be feeling. But yeah, really facing yourself, that's what that dream would be about. But obviously that was then, not now. That's relevant then, but not now. Yeah.
And
He's gone.
yeah, and somebody said, John O'Connell, I think it was, turned around and said, yeah, served in Bosnia, but said the reoccurring dream is that keeps on dying in the reoccurring dream. I'm sure that's what I read. I'd have to scroll.
Dream, until that is interpreted, you will keep having it. That's how I got into doing dream reading. I had a reoccurring dream in my 20s. And it wasn't until I learned how to interpret that I stopped having that dream. I had it for years. It's like a nightmare. But being killed in a dream it never ever relates to a real impending death. It is more a case of something you need to let go of.
Being killed. I'm just scrolling up to what you said, and that is that I dream of being killed all over again. Why?
damn
Actually being killed.
bullshit. Oh, I'm so fucking sick of this shit. That's the third goddamn time everything would just, my cell signal, my internet, everything just shuts off. Man.
I had a gun to my. Just referring to John in the chat. He said he has a recurring dream where he keeps on being killed. I had guns to my head. What does that mean? Do you know?
I mean, I've had dreams about guns. Usually it's a gun is like hitting the target, to hit the target. But I've had dreams where I've been shot in the stomach like repeatedly, and I'm trying to think. I know head is like to do with your knowledge and your thinking process.
And Miranda said, I always have a dream I'm walking and it starts to get windy and I start floating in the air and start to getting high in the air and the dream ends.
Walking is like it's your path in life that you're taking. If you're floating off in the air, then you're not grounded properly. Yeah, I would say to ground yourself. You can do grounding meditation if you start having that dream. In short,
That's interesting
just
too, because I actually had a dream where I floated, but you know how I actually I was able to in my dream I was able to steer which direction I went because I would carry 2 cans of hairspray, one in each hand, and so if I wanted to go left, I'd like spray that can. Wanted to go right, spray that can. You know what I mean? It was pretty cool. I remember doing that in my dream.
a flying dream is better than a falling dream, but it still means that that you're not really in the right place. You need to ground yourself. It could just be that not that you're off with the fairies, but that you're not. There's something that you're not seeing properly that's happening in your waking life. So yeah.
Right on.
Obviously there's like loads of symbols because you can have like there'll be darkness, there'll be lightning, there'll be other people, or it might be raining, and so there's lots of other things that are coming into your
Right.
dreams. So you get a deeper meaning the more symbols there is in the dream,
Yeah. I
the more you
remember
can.
when that one time that I had that dream that I floated. It was during the daytime. I was like in a neighborhood, like a housing neighborhood and stuff. And I remember I was able to start floating up, and I had, like I said, I had 2 cans of like hairspray, and I had one in each hand, and I could sit there and spray, and I could sit there and like you know steer which direction I was going in the air. It was, and then a dream would end. That was it. I've only had that once or twice. That's about it.
It's showing that you're still in control then, even if you're not grounded at the time, you were still in control.
Yeah, because you direct yourself by using the
Yeah, I
can.
was like basically steering myself because in my dream, I figured I was like, well, shit, man, I want to go like over there, and when I float up, I could just go straight up. You know what I mean? So I need to figure out how to like steer my way over there. So that's how I figured it out in my head or in my dream, um, to do that. And because what I thought about, this is my thought process in my dream. I remember doing this. I remember like the space shuttle. I remember like how the space shuttle, how it moves in space. It's got those little jets of steam that just like spurts out and kind of moves it around. That what
Mm-hmm.
was that? That was why. That's what I was thinking about when I was like, okay, this is how I'm going to steer myself when I start floating up. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that idea. That was my rationale. I remember having that in the dream. That's how I figured it out.
Yes, Free Thinker said, I wonder why hairspray. I know hair.
I don't know.
Is
I don't
it
know.
Samson with the long hair that had it cut?
Yeah,
And
his
yeah,
strength went.
so hair is to do with strength. So again, it could be it's some
Well,
sort of
yeah. Well, I
control
mean, if you went on like
symbol.
symbology like that, I don't know. I mean, I think the only reason, I mean, okay, this is just me, what if I was to like think back on that dream, and I don't know, I was thinking about something like kind of like something like hairspray can that where it would do that little spurt of whatever, and I think that was the only thing I can think of, was like a hairspray can where I think that's all. I don't know. I mean, I was like, all I need is like a little spurt, like an aerosol can of some kind, and the first thing I can think of is hairspray.
Yeah, it's kind of like then you still knew that you got the strength to control things, even if they are
Well, see, at one
becoming
time,
out
like
of
I said,
control.
I was studying a lot of this stuff when it comes down to like meditation and astral projection, just dreams, interpretation of dreams, all that kind of stuff, man, like metaphysics and all that kind of stuff at one time. I really dug into that. And because, I wonder because I've actually had dreams that were like what I call movie footage. All right, because I've got different levels. What I call it. Like for instance, like deja vu. All right, now to me, there's another level of deja vu. It's called double deja vu. That's what I call it. All right, and then there's like what I call movie footage on dreams, and then there's ones that are just basically symbolic, but the ones that I call movie footage, these actually, uh, uh, days after the dream, the exact same thing that I dreamt would actually be in real life, and I've had a couple of those where it was like I dreamt exactly that moment, like 2 days or later, you know what I mean? Um, and it
Yeah,
was just weird.
premonition dreams.
Yeah, I
I've
mean, I don't know what else to call it. I just call it movie footage because it's literally
yeah.
like there was this one. I was living in Tallahassee at the time, and where I was living in this neighborhood, I had a friend of mine that lived like 3 houses down, and on her front door, it was just kind of like a couple of steps. So it's like a couple of steps just right outside her front door, and a lot of times she would sit out there on the steps and smoke her cigarette, and I go over there and we'd have a little talk about what's going on or whatever. Well, I had a dream that I went over there, and she was sitting there smoking a cigarette, and I'm sitting there listening to her story, which is this brand new gossip that she had to tell me about. It's like this just happened, gossip type stuff. All right. Well, 2 days later, I go over there and she's telling me that exact same story. I could have literally lip synced everything she said because I had dreamt every word of it. It was weird. That's what I call movie footage.
Yeah, yeah, like premonition dream. I've never
Yeah.
had one.
Well,
The
and then and
strange.
it's like also like the like the what is it, the like um um what do you call it? Shit, brain fart, my bad. Deja vu. All right, now deja vu to me is like, all right, I had a feeling that I've been here before. That's deja vu to me. But double deja vu to me, what I call double deja vu, is when it's not necessarily just a feeling I've been there before. I remember being here and I know damn well I've never been here. That's what
Hmm.
I call double deja vu. And I've had those before. Have you ever
It's
had anything
strange.
like that?
Have you ever had anything like that? Deja vu dream?
I've not had a deja vu dream. I went to Yorkshire once when I was about 10, and I knew my way round. And the only
Right.
explanation I could give myself was that I could remember it from when I was 2, which is the time I'd been there before.
Huh.
Um, but I couldn't remember anything else from when I was 2. So, but yeah, that was quite strange.
What were you going to ask, Ron?
I was going to say that the strangest dream I've ever had, I think this last year, was a dream within a dream within a dream within a 3-layered dream. That's the strangest one I've ever had.
Is that where you keep
I've,
thinking you've
I've
woken up?
yeah.
Yeah, they're
So I'm
false
having a dream,
awakenings.
and
They
then
are.
I think I've woken up, and then it's on another path, and then I wake up and I think I've woken up, and then it's on another path, and then the next time I woke up in the dream, I thought, oh right, this is a fucking dream, and then I woke up.
That's false awakenings. They're
Wow.
just
Well, I
sleepwalking.
mean, do you remember what was going on in the dream? I mean,
No,
was it
I haven't
like
got a
each one of
clue.
them was a different type of scenario?
It's yeah, I think so.
Waking up in a
See,
dream means you're becoming aware of something in waking life.
right.
So if you keep on having false awakenings, then slowly it's something that you're becoming aware of, but you're still a little bit in the dark. So
I don't know. I just
Yeah,
found
'cause
it
sleep.
amusing. See,
Huh.
I don't myself. I don't very often tell her my dreams and everything
You don't like me
because then
analysing
she
them.
starts to analyze it and everything. I think, oh fucking
Right.
hell! I wish I
It's gonna
didn't
take
mention
me
this
down.
now. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
the best dream I've got to admit that I had was it was 3 days in a row. The first one was like I was like not built like the Incredible Hulk, but I was able to leap from one building to another building, not actually fly. So it's literally just jumping across a road or whatever to get to another building, cling onto it, and then to the other building and what have you. Until eventually the third night, I was actually flying and what have you. But I was able to each night I'd think about it, and that's what I mean. I could put myself into the dream to see where it's going, and that happened 3 nights in a row. I thought that was
Wow.
pretty cool. I thought that was
Huh.
pretty cool.
Have you ever
And
been
then,
able to continue a dream after you woke up?
well, that's what I mean. This was
So
like the
it
first
like it
one.
wasn't the same dream like 3 nights. It was like a continuation of that from the night before.
Yes,
Wow.
yes, yeah. What's that? What are you looking at now?
My late father was yelling in his sleep, so I went in to check on him, and when I went to go in his room, something strong pushed me from entering. All my hair on my arm stood up, so I told my dad in a loud voice to say leave. Ooh,
Ooh,
ooh.
that's the
So
answer
see,
to that one.
sleep paralysis, I believe, is an entity. A lot of people believe it's fight or flight when you're having it. But me personally, I think it's a spiritual attack, and that's what that sounds like.
But yeah, when I was having that dream, literally, I was enjoying it, and I was able to. The next night, I'd be thinking about it, and I'd go back into the dream, and it would progress from being able to leap from a building, from building to building. Then I was able to
Oh,
fly
bless you.
partially in the dream until the third night. I actually could fly. Say a few feet from the ground to as high as I wanted to be, and then they just stopped. I thought, oh, I was enjoying those dreams,
I
but
could see your dad coming through.
I've had some
what?
really, I'm serious. I've had some dreams, man, where it's like, golly, man, I wish I could, those dreams, I would, why do I have to wake up? Those are, it's like, it's so much better there in some of those ones that I've had than the real life. It's
Yeah,
like,
Mm,
oh my
Miranda,
gosh.
sorry. Miranda said I could see my dad try to move, so I'm assuming that he was under sleep paralysis. That's what I thought, because it sounds like, that is a psychic attack.
Man, I would like to find a mad scientist to build me a machine so I could record my dreams and watch them the next morning, like on the TV or something. You
Yeah,
know.
they're supposed to have invented something like that, haven't they? I don't see how, but
Oh man, that would be so cool because like every morning I'd sit there and rewind that sucker and watch it. I'd be like, because like, I mean, I could just sit there and think about all the stuff that I probably forgot, like as soon as I woke up. You know what I mean? And I'd like to be able to go back and watch.
yeah,
Because I
yeah,
mean,
they just
honestly, man, let's say, like for shits and giggles, let's say that you do actually travel through time and space, through your like that subconscious, through your dream state. All right.
yeah,
Well, let's say you met people or you talked to people and they were like giving you some information or whatever, and you were supposed to remember it, and but as soon as you woke up, you forgot. It's like I would like to be able to go back and rewind that sucker, so like, okay, what was that again?
yeah. The best thing to do when you wake up from a dream, even if you have to go to the toilet or you've got to answer the door or something, and you're thinking, damn, I can't remember it, it's to go back in the position you woke up in, and you know where your third eye is. You just sort of massage that spot and sort of close your eyes, and you can do a dream recall.
Right.
And then you can find out what it, you know, what it means. There's a lady called Auntie Flo. She's on Google, and she's brilliant. If you're not sure of a symbol in your dream, then yeah, she's really good. She sort of covers all angles. But my favourite are the old ones, to be honest, Freud and Jung, and I've got a book with different ones and their interpretations of it. And you know, they believe that our subconscious mind is actually our soul,
Right.
and that's where all the dream comes from.
Well,
And
there
it's
has
the
been medical studies where, like, when at the time of death, your body actually gets lighter. All right. So,
yeah.
in a sense, that soul, that energy, that spark that each of us got, is actually got an actual physical weight to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's
That's
interesting because,
astroplaning, isn't it? Is that what's called astroplaning?
well, I mean, well, that's what you do. Like, for instance, in a state of like the subconscious, like, you know, that REM sleep. You know, you get into that where you able to, you know, that's where that traveling through time and space is. It's almost on that astroplaning type of scenario. Yeah. Um, but that's what I'm saying. Like, for instance, the time of death is like that energy and that spark that's in this vessel that we as a body, this container. Well, once that's dead, you know, that energy, that spark leaves and it goes back to Mother Nature, for lack of better words. All right. Each of us got our own idea what that is, but it goes back. All right. Well, that actually, it's, you know, it's actually got a physical weight to it, because the body at the time of death, if you had that the whole body, and it's like in a tray and it's on a scale, when that person dies, and, you know, and nothing's gone, you know, everything's still there on that scale, it actually, you'll notice it's like almost like a pound. It's almost like a full, like, pound of weight just disappears somehow. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. When my dad died, he woke me up. And I sort of laid there, and 5 minutes later, the phone call came from our daughters. So yeah, it's been a few strange things like this, like a dog, weren't it? That's before we had a phone. And it was our dog, and then your mum had the dog, didn't she?
Mm.
And the dog passed, and we didn't have a phone at the time, but I saw the dog in the hallway. It's like came to say goodbye. Things like that. So I can't not believe in it. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, you really believe all that crap?" And I'm like, I can't not believe it. The devil did appear the night I prayed. The devil was trying to have sex with me. It was hard for me to move. Yeah, that's a spiritual attack. I can't remember what they're called. There's male and female ones. But yeah, that's real as well. Yeah, have the house blessed, put crosses up, protection, whatever you believe in. Yeah, that does happen as well. Oh God, what are they called?
Scary.
Yeah, they are scary. An incubus and a subbicus or something like that. You've got the male and the female ones. So yeah, you can, that can happen to you.
Well, I mean, it also, on that level. I mean, you know, you think about that, that spark, that soul, whatever you want to call it, that's in all of us. All right, we got our own individual. That's what, it makes us who we are. All right. Well, anyway, um, it also brings me back to the idea, or of ghosts. All right, are they or are they not real? And what if it is just souls wandering around? You know what I mean? Instead of going back to the source, they just kind of hung out. I mean, there is that possibility. I can't prove. I don't know. I've seen some things that I couldn't tell you what it was. I could tell you what it wasn't. I couldn't tell you what it was, but made me question the idea. You know what I mean? It's like, is there or is there not? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because usually we just pass it off as we're tired.
Oh no, dude, I know what I saw. And I just couldn't, like
Yeah,
I said, I could not tell you what it was, but I know what it wasn't. Okay. You know, all these things that people can probably explain it away as, I know it was not that. All right, that kind of thing. And
yeah,
but um yeah, I mean, because like I said, when I grew up, my granddad, before he died, he got into genealogy, where he would trace family tree, you know, and try to like trace like the family tree all the way back to where the like the origins or whatever, how far back the family goes. He did that for our family. He also did it for other families and stuff. And so one of the things that my granddad used to do is drag me around to different graveyards and cemeteries and stuff. So I was always around that kind of thing all my life. And so it doesn't really, I actually enjoy some cemeteries. They're actually pretty beautiful in my opinion. But um, I've seen some and heard and experienced some weird stuff. I couldn't tell you what it was, but some weird stuff, man. And it made me
yeah.
question it. Made me think about it. It's like, okay, wait a minute. You know, just everybody dismissing like ghosts and all that stuff is like not being real. I was like, well, I don't know. I mean, there's some stuff that made me, it's like made me kind of doubt that. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know. There's a good possibility it could be real. I mean, you think about it on all the evidence of just like, in my opinion, even on the medical scenario of like the soul or the spark or whatever's in us. I mean, what if, let's say, instead of that thing going straight back to the source, hung out for a while and wandered
Mm.
around? You know, it would want to hang out in the places it knew when it was alive, right? So why not? You know, I mean, think about it. I don't know. It's one of them things.
A lot of it with psychic attacks and that when you're asleep, it's a lot of it is your state of mind. If you're in a bad place in your waking life, then your vibes are low, so you're going to attract low energy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's true. Well, you know, and I also say this. I will also say this. A location can affect that also on that end of it. On a physical aspect,
Mm.
the energy that actually is like it's in the earth also. It's not just in us, but it's all the energy that's around us and through us. So I mean, even the location can affect all that stuff. Just your physical location. Um,
Yeah, yeah, that's it where people go to haunted houses and yeah, stuff
right.
like that.
Well, I'll tell you, there was one time me and a bunch of friends, we did this, it was like a Halloween. So we decided we were going to go to all those places we knew of that had like some kind of a haunted story about it. And so we went to like, I don't know, probably about a half a dozen places. All right. But there was this one place, man, where um, there's the way the story goes is I think she got either she got hung or she hung herself. It was one of the two. But anyway, there's this train trestle that the train tracks are actually not used anymore. It's just but it's up in the woods, up in the mountains and stuff like that. But there's this one spot where it's like a train trestle like bridge. All right, and there's a road that goes underneath that bridge nowadays. And The story goes, if you park up underneath this bridge, and they call it Helen's Bridge. That's the name of the woman that supposedly got hung, or that was hung from this bridge or whatever. But if you sit up underneath this bridge, you long enough, she'll appear. That kind of thing. It's like some old, ghost story that people used to talk about. So we were like, oh, let's go over there. So we're all like sitting in, over there, just parked right up underneath the bridge, and we're just kind of hanging out, and there's two of us in the car. All right. Well, you know how like the inside of the windows, you know, with all the steam and all that stuff, kind of fogs up the windows, especially if it's kind of cold outside. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Well, well, um, the strangest thing happened was on the windshield. A handprint kind of appeared, and it was like it was like it like broke through the fog or the fog on the windshield or from the inside of the car. But it wasn't from inside the car. It was from outside the car. And it was weird because that handprint being outside the car and it made it like a I don't know how to explain it. It was like an actual handprint from the inside. All the fog on the windows disappeared, you know. So it was like this. It was weird. It was just weird. I don't know how to explain it. I
Mhm.
don't know why, how it happened or whatever. But there was another one we went to that same night. It was like this big ass mansion that's supposedly like abandoned, and it has this big wrought iron gate out the front. And normally, because I've been by this place before in the daytime, but this was at night when we went. Normally, this thing's like all locked up, big chain on this big front iron gate and stuff. All right. Well, we went up there, and the fucking thing's wide open. And we're like, what the? We're like, what the hell's going on? This thing, you know, and all that kind of shit. We're like, kind of worried right off the bat, you know. So we pull the car in just a little bit past the gate. All right, and in the headlights, off in the distance, you can almost see this like glimmer of like a little lights, what look like little lights, off in the distance. Well, we pulled up in the drive a little bit further, and it's like a fucking dog standing right there in the middle of the damn driveway, and his eyes are like reflecting back from the headlights, you know. So that's what we saw, and we're like getting freaked out right there because he was just standing there. We're getting kind of freaked out right off the bat, and I'm not too. And my buddy that was with us, man, dude, there was a light that was on in one of the upstairs like rooms. I don't know what it was, but it was one of the windows, like on the upstairs windows. So it was like one of the rooms up there, but there was a light on, and this thing's supposed to be abandoned. There's supposed to be nothing there. You know what I mean? So we ended up fucking jetting out of that damn house faster as shit. We went back home. We were like, "What the hell's?" That just freaked us out. I mean, if you had to been there at that moment, it was freaky because of there's all these stories and stuff like that that you know they get passed around the town or whatever about these places and stuff. So we went out there and checked it out. Oh, there's another one. Oh, here's another one. I'm sorry. I don't mean to ramble, but here's another one. There's this place up in North Carolina. It's called Dead Man's Curve. All right, we call it Dead Man's Curve. It's like this massive, like you know, really sharp curve that goes on the mountainside. You know, one side of the road is you know, the face of the mountain. The other side of the road is like this huge freaking, you know, cliff that's like I don't know, 400-foot drop, that kind of shit. All right. Well, anyway, and they got this metal guardrail right there on the curve. All right. The story is, and this actually I heard it. I couldn't explain this, but the thing is, the story is, you can sit there and at night you know, I don't remember if anybody actually had like a certain time, but it was at night. If you sit there, um, when there's no cars and all that stuff going by, you'll start to hear like the screeching of tires and people screaming and all this stuff. And you know, and like when there's nothing around, complete, you know, nothing, but you'll start hearing them. And that actually happened. I could hear like screeching of tires and stuff like that. Because we went there and we're like, let's go check that out, you know, that kind of thing. And but that's something I couldn't explain. I don't know why, or I don't know what, you know. I know there was no cars, no nothing, and this is at night. So I mean, they would have to have little headlights. There was nothing, and you could hear this noise like it was like coming at us. You know what I mean? It's weird, you know.
Some sort of tragedy probably happened there.
Oh yeah, that's why they call it Dead Man's Curve, because there's a lot of wrecks that happen in that curve.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And it's weird. It's like that's why there's stories about it too. I mean, people have said they've gone over there because actually, like, people have died. Like their family members have put like a marker, like on the road, like where they crashed and they died or whatever. And you'll see them like all over the United States. They do that. You know, people do that. Like if you got killed on a car wreck or whatever, something like that on the side of the road. A lot of times, a family member actually put a marker in that spot, you know, in remembrance of that person or whatever. But yeah, there's all these markers right there on the curve and stuff, um,
Mm.
right up along the guardrail. Yeah.
Mm. I'm gonna have to go and get on.
Oh.
I'd love to talk all night about this subject, this sort of subject. I love this sort of subject, but I've got to go and put on some vegetables. Otherwise, our turkey's gonna be dry.
She's just like to go and do some vegetables.
I'd love to carry on talking.
She says she'd love to carry on, but she's got to go and do our roast dinner. We still haven't had it.
Wow. Oh, hey, no worries on that, man. I enjoyed the conversation with on that stuff too. I don't know. Like I said, I start rambling. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to just throw a shoe at me or something.
No. No. She loves these conversations, dreams and spirits and what have you. Aliens and all that stuff. That's sort of her realm of.
So what do you think? So what do you
What
think?
she
What do you
looks
think, Master
into.
Ron? Like all gobbledygook?
For me, like she believes in aliens. I'm skeptical when it comes down to aliens, and I put logic into it. Like, she said that she's had visitations from aliens, whatever, where she can't move. And anyway, she said she's having it on a nightly basis. So I thought, okay, then. So I went to bed and I saw something. I couldn't move, but I swore that I could see something. But what I did was, as soon as I woke up, I stayed in the position that I was in when I woke up, and I looked around the room, trying to see is there something and what have you. And there was. It was got a flat screen 32-inch TV set. I could see out the corner of my eye, and there was a light reflection from the hallway where it made this shape of what I was seeing and what have you. So I thought, well, maybe that's what happens, is that if you're partially asleep, partially awake, and you feel you can't move, and that's what I was seeing, that my eyes were more likely open and I was getting that reflection. But to me, while I was in that state, that it looked like a figure, an
Huh.
alien figure, and what have you. So
Okay.
that's how I sort of
Well,
rationalize.
yeah, I
Yeah,
see. I see. I
is
see.
there? Yeah, exactly. Is there and that's how I come across. In the end, I thought, that could be what happened, because I think, well, shadows and what have you could be a factor in thought of seeing something when you're in that sort of half awake, half asleep scenario.
Right.
Um, and that's what I saw, because it was the light that I saw on the black screen was exactly what I was seeing as a figure when I was in that state where I couldn't move and what have you. Look, so Maria Moon said it's sleep paralysis.
Right.
So I thought, well, since it looked like it and everything, so now what Maria Moon does is she's got a cover over the flat screen TV now in the bedroom. We don't use it, but it's there. And she said she shouldn't have a mirror in the bedroom, things like that, because that's how I look at it. That maybe it's shadows, light, which might be on like a white painted door and things like that, which the light may be reflecting. And when you're in that state of mind, um, that you're not awake and not asleep, that you may be getting that reflection. It's like I'm looking at the door now, and there's an orange tint to it, but there's an orange glowing light behind me. So to me, it could be if I was in that state and I saw something glowing like an orb or something floating, and I was half awake, half asleep, I might think of that as something else.
Well,
So
I'll tell you
that's
this.
what I think.
I'll tell you this. I really wouldn't worry about like all right, when it comes down to anal probes, all right, you know what the aliens have figured out? That's the only thing that they have figured out is 1 out of 5 people actually like it. So that's all. You know, so you might not have to worry about it too much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seen too many porn movies being sent out into outer space. But
Well,
no,
I mean, hey, I kind of the only all right, this is where I would go with it for me personally. I start thinking about it like, all right, I look at it. There is a good possibility there are astronauts from another planet that probably have come here. I mean, like, wouldn't we be considered aliens if we took off and found another rock somewhere and come to find out there's people there or us made it some kind of looks like what a civilization of some kind or whatever. I mean, what do you think they'd look at us as? You know what I mean? Um,
see, uh, see, Maria Moon believes in aliens from another planet, but I go on another way of thinking, and that is that what makes you think that any that they're out there are any more advanced than what we are? You know what I mean? Maybe they're at the same stage
well, that's a
of
possibility. But you think about it, like every one of those stars you see up in the sky. If you, I don't know, like where I live right now, I don't really have a lot of like light pollution like in the city, so I
hmm
can see the stars pretty damn good. You know, there's hardly anything. There's no street lights. There's no nothing. All right. So, but every one of those is another sun somewhere. All right.
yeah.
I mean, the chances of like, hell, I mean, more than one, something out there. I mean, you know, yeah. But you also think about this too. The distance it takes, the distance between one of those stars you see in the sky right now. All right, that star is already fizzled out because by the time the
Yeah.
light has already gotten to us on this planet, that star is already gone. All right, so we're looking at things in the past right now from our planet. All right,
hmm
all right, because I mean, you know, you think about it, if anything was living around that before that sun went nova and blew up or whatever and all that stuff, I'm sure you think about it, how many millions of years they've been around. Um,
hmm
all right, you
See,
know,
see, for me, well, when people say that about aliens, see, I think to myself, for me, it's more time travel.
all
You
right,
know, there may be aliens, but they actually can try time travel, or it may be even people from this planet, from the future, who can time travel themselves.
well,
Maybe
that's very
it's
good.
like
Yeah.
the situation I was thinking about it, the situation we're in at the moment, and I believe that it's mass genocide, and they're pumping certain shit into people's bodies and everything, creating viruses and what have you. And who's to say that in the future it causes devastation of mankind? You know, mankind is dying out. Maybe they go back into the past to try to either get DNA. This could be why females say they've had eggs removed and what have you, is because in the future, because of what these fucking crazy people do to shorten down the population, maybe in the future the population goes down so far that it has to be rectified in the future. Because the other thing that makes me think that is that people say that they see a spacecraft flying around their area and what have you,
Uh-huh.
but there's never any sign of them coming from outer space in the first place. So are they actual time traveling to our time? That's why you see them in
Or
our actual space and not from outside,
well,
that
I
they
mean,
can appear that way.
I was just sitting
I
there
don't know.
thinking maybe even alternate dimensions. What if they popped in
Yeah,
from another
that as well.
dimension, for instance? You
That
know?
as well. So to me, um, somebody from another planet coming here, well, the for something to be able to travel that far,
Hmm.
I'm sure that somebody would have noticed or been picked up something that is coming towards this planet
Well,
in an
what do you think?
unusual
All right,
fashion.
these stories of these so-called crashes that all over the world that supposedly been gathered up. Do you, um, is that real? Are these things actually real, or is this just a bullshit story that was put out there a long time ago? Because there's a lot
Well,
all over the world, there's different crashes are supposedly picked up, like in Russia and here in America. I mean, there's supposedly been all over the place. You know,
yeah, well, this is it. It could be future technology.
right,
And that
right,
it's malfunctioned in our time.
right,
You know
right,
what I mean? But I'm not dismissing. It's like people who are religious. I'm not dismissing that religion is false or nothing. If I believe in it or not, I just think of an alternative way to explain it.
right.
Um, for me. But I don't dismiss that there are aliens from another planet. I just think, well, what makes them more advanced than us?
It just depends on
Um,
how long they've been around.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly,
If they've got
exactly.
if they got if they got a couple of more millions of years on us,
Mhm.
there's a lot that can happen in a couple more millions of years. So
Yeah,
it depends on how that long they've been around. I will say that.
yeah,
You know,
exactly. So yeah, I just see it from a different perspective.
yeah.
They
Depends on
could
what
be
kind of a
aliens.
stage. They could be at the stage
Hmm.
of fucking Neanderthals for all we know. You know what I mean? Or
Hmm.
they could be at the exact same moment like we're at, or they could be
Yeah,
far in the
more
future than
advanced.
we are.
Exactly,
But
exactly.
I'll
But
say
see,
this: if anything was to come from another planet and they came over to here, all right, that's a long distance to go. They would have to
yeah,
have that thing built pretty darn good where they don't have to call a tow truck if they break down. That's why
yeah.
I like the idea of it's like futuristic. It's future technology that was like a flying saucer that crashed. It was just malfunctioned because it was human technology. It was just happened to be future technology. And if it was an
Hmm.
actual astronaut from another planet, they'd probably have it built better enough where they wouldn't crash. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you
But
think about like even if all right, there's another things too. If they built a craft that was able to do that, I would think that their tactics would be just as up there too, like camouflage. Their weapon
yeah,
systems would be up there just as much as in technology. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, exactly. When the first stealth bombers and what have you come out
Right.
and everything back in the was it 80s, wasn't it?
I
Um,
think so. That thing was actually in service in the military, actually being used
mhm.
in wartime things for almost 20 years before it became public.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
what is it? Like I said, in England, obviously we got American bases,
Hmm.
and I've got two American brother-in-laws who were at two different bases in England, and one of my brother-in-laws, he actually had uh, a few of their aircrafts actually in one of the bases in England. This was back in the 80s, and people were saying at the time, there was this thing that was flying around, and they couldn't explain what it was and what have you. So I was saying to them, like, well, there's this aircraft. that is a stealth bomber. It's an American thing, and you may have seen that, and because it's different,
Right.
it's something unusual, which obviously was unusual, especially for this country and what have you, because it is a completely new technology, and the
Yeah.
shape of it as well is completely different shape to any other aircraft at that time, the stealth bomber. So
Yeah.
maybe people were seeing that and thinking it was something else. But,
Well, you never know,
yeah.
because I mean, there's a lot of experimental and also a lot of stuff that they don't really make public because, um, I mean, I start looking at history because I mean, honestly, man, it amazes me how early some of this technology actually was developed and actually being used. Like
Hmm.
I've got some photographs of an unmanned remote controlled like it was like a super almost like a supersonic plane. It was almost looked like a missile, but it had wings on it. You know what I mean? And this is back in 1957, and this is a completely remote controlled pilotless type of thing. Um, and they were working on that stuff back in '57. And then I started looking at like the patent office. I started reading through different patents and stuff that and how early some of these patents are on certain types of technologies. It's crazy. It goes all the way back. Some of them go way back into like World War II when all this stuff was actually first like patented and then put into play and blah blah blah. It's pretty crazy, man. um
Just one second. Just one
yeah.
second. Remo, could I have more duck than turkey? Thank you. Yeah, it's like when they first started using in this country the Harrier jump jet, which was
Yeah.
a fighter plane that used to take off like a helicopter.
Yeah, vertically. Yeah.
I'm sure that people, when that thing started, was being used before it's actually in service and
Right.
everything, and people were seeing certain things where it'd be flying along, then all of a sudden have it would look like it actually dropped.
Right.
People may have thought at that point in time it's an alien spaceship because hadn't heard of one before, and then obviously later on it become in service,
Right.
uh, and what have you, and then people come to, oh right, Harrier jump jet and everything. Maybe it's that sort of stuff that people were seeing. I know
It could be. It could be.
back. No, it couldn't have been because
Well, let
things
me
like
let
that.
me let me ask you this. All right, now there's I can't remember which what part of Egypt it is, but it's out there close to where the pyramids are. But there's a bunch
Hmm.
of hieroglyphs that were actually found, and there's one that looks just like an Apache helicopter. I mean,
Yeah.
the damn hieroglyph looks exactly like one. And there's a couple others that would be that look kind of like I guess like what a spaceship would look like, I guess.
Hmm.
But I'm just sitting there thinking these things are like all the way back from when they were putting this stuff on hieroglyphs and stuff, man. It's like,
Yeah.
all right,
Before.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the chances of somebody even knowing what that shape is? You know what I mean?
Yeah. The imagination of what a person might have had in that time to actually
Yeah.
do something like that. I
But
totally understand where you're coming from.
well, this is another thing too. I'm not even sure if anybody's if you think about all those pictographs of like the hieroglyphs and stuff, they all got a meaning or that's like the language. I wonder what what that translates as. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? I don't know if there's
Yeah.
anybody's actually figured out what that's translation of. You know what I mean? I have no idea. But
Hmm.
I find that very compelling. When it comes down to just things like that appear that brings me back to like the time travel scenario because what like the was it um what do you call it, the Mandela effect. That's where I think that shows kind of like almost like evidence of time travel if that's actually like that's still could be questionable. but
Hmm.
that you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's a realm of possibilities. You know what I mean? It's like you said, touched on space travel,
Right.
time travel, and actually, what was the other one that you said it comes from an alternate reality?
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's
Multi-dimensional.
three possibilities. Yeah, exactly. So there's three possibilities which we fit on there, where it could be, you know, uh, it's something in our lifetime we're never going to be able to figure out. You know what I mean? We're going to come up with all different scenarios of where it come from. You know, did it come from outer space? Is it from another dimension? To me, I always look at it as if you go by time travel, it could be man themselves traveling back in time, or it's the way how aliens have visited us in this time and past time. It's
Right.
because literally you know their technology not only is space travel but actually time travel with it as well. Who
Right.
knows the possibilities? Look, I'll put it this way: I believe in dragons, so what the fuck do I know? You know
I
what I mean?
believe in dragons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do. I believe in King Arthur. I believe in Merlin.
Well, you know what? I'll tell
I
you this.
strongly
Now,
do believe in it.
I cannot tell you if this is true or not. I don't know if my fucking family is bullshitting me or not.
Mhm.
But like I said, my granddad was a genealogist. He's traced our family tree back quite a bit, and he says that one of our family was affiliated with the so-called Knights of the Round Table. Now, I like the quote unquote. I have no fucking clue if that's if they're all just pulling my leg, just giving me a story. I have no clue. But um, if that's something interesting. I mean, I wouldn't say like my family's like related to anybody famous,
Mhm.
but you know what I mean.
See,
Um,
I like the thought that I suppose it is my way of. I like the thought of where to actually, well, England. It's where King Arthur was supposed to have been from, and everything like that.
mhm.
That you have to possess that certain thing that actually gives you that right to be a ruler of a people, rather than it depends in what family you belong to and everything. You know what I mean? You have to be of a royal stature. You've got to be of this. You've got to be a member of this. Whereas the history of King Arthur is that he was just a normal squire. He was
Right.
nothing of importance. It's just that he was the person who could wield that sword.
Well, all
You
right.
know what
Well,
I
it kind of reminds me of it's like, okay, when it comes
mean?
down to leaders, what was it? Somebody said it to me one time. It was like, um, the best leaders are the ones that leadership is thrust upon instead of the ones that actually search it out. Do you
Hmm.
understand what I'm saying when I say that? It's
Mm.
like,
Yeah.
like the ones that actually that want to be and search out that position of power and leadership and all that stuff end up being the worst type of leader. The
Yes.
ones that really are
Exactly.
not wanting to be your leader and all that other stuff. And people actually put them in that position because they know they
Hmm.
trust and all that stuff that person, so they want that person to be in that position, and they're the ones that end up being the best type of leader. um,
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody who wasn't looking for it,
right.
but
Well, it's
they
kind of
they
like
just.
that story. He wasn't really looking for it. He
Mhm.
just happened to pull the damn
Yeah.
sword out of the rock, and next thing you know, boom,
Yeah. Yeah.
Bob's your
That's the
uncle.
thing. He
Yeah,
wasn't born into royalty. He actually um, had but his right to do it was through something else, not his birthright.
right,
If you know what I mean. He wasn't born into aristocracy or
right,
anything like that. He was just a normal man who, like you said, who was able to draw that sword or whatever it could be, and that's what give him the right to be able to claim that power, rather than how it is today. You know what I mean? You've got to go to a certain university, you've got to be a member of a certain sect of people, like the Freemasons or
Can
something
you
like that.
can you
You know what I
imagine
mean?
if that's how we actually chose our leaders today, is by
Yeah,
putting a fucking sword in a stone? You know what I'm saying?
yeah. But you don't. You're not born to be it. You know, you
Well,
have
no,
to.
yeah,
It happens to you. You know what I mean?
but I mean,
It's
but can you
nice.
imagine? Can you imagine? I mean, what kind of leaders or what kind of people that would actually, people consider like, uh, you know, people that are in good character or whatever. Can you imagine if they were actually chosen by like a magical sword, and then
Yeah.
after their reign or whatever, yeah, put it back in the stone for the next one, and then the sword
Hmm.
chooses. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. Uh,
But this is that's what I mean, you know. And it was supposed to be uh, the back of a dragon. It was because the sword was magical. The back of the dragon was the backbone of it all. You know what I mean? It's somewhere that I like to think that uh, it was a time that worked. The system worked, and the system before it and the system after it is just complete fucking chaos. Whereas during that realm of, if there was such a person of King Arthur and everything, that peace was around and what have you during a certain time, it's
well,
a nice feeling to think, could that ever happen again
I mean,
to
me
me?
personally, I would like to learn the ways of Merlin. I would love to learn the
Yeah.
the ways of sorcery and
Hmm.
alchemy and magic. I mean, honestly, that would be to me. I'd become a monk, to just to learn that stuff. In my opinion,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. Exactly. When you look at Buddhism, oh, I freaked out my sister because
Mhm.
she's the one that was married to an American Air Force man, and she's like one of these people that says uh, gay people are going to go burn in hell and all this, you know, the brimstone and all this stuff and everything. So when she said to me, when she visited England, and she turned around and said to me about religion and everything, and I just turned around and said, "Yeah, I'm really interested in Buddhism." It freaked her out. Totally fucked her up.
Wow, so wasn't
Yeah.
expecting that, was you?
No, no, I thought, right, I'll cross your preaching to me about this, that, and the rest of it. I just said, yeah, I'm looking at Buddhism.
Right.
You know,
That is
like I
a
said,
good way of life. I'm gonna tell you because I mean honestly, there's a lot of aspects that Buddha in its teachings, and that's not really a
mhm.
religion. It's just a way of life on that
Yeah,
aspect. You know what I
exactly,
mean? Yeah.
exactly. You know, but if we want to talk about religion as well, like the birth of Christ and everything. See, I don't believe that he was what they claim him to be, was the son of God,
Well,
because
okay, go
d-
ahead.
during during that day, every like, if you look at the Lord's Prayer, Our Father, right, that means that he's the Father of all men, not one specific person. So when he was on the cross saying, why have you forsaken me, Father, and everything? Well, during that time, surely that's what you would say anyway, being if you are the son of God or not, because
We're all supposed to
everybody's
be.
supposed to be the daughter and the son of God.
Right.
if you get my
So
drift.
in that respect, he wasn't really lying because everybody's the son of
No,
God.
because everybody, yeah,
Yeah.
but obviously they interpret it. See, I do believe
As
in Jesus
well,
Christ.
I think the interpretation has actually gotten skewed to the point where they confuse Jesus as God himself. You
Yeah.
know, that to me is not that's not true.
Hmm.
Uh, you know,
See, so I do believe that there was a man called Jesus Christ.
yeah,
I do believe that he was going around. He could see the way of the world back then is, if you look at it, what has it become? You know what
right.
I mean? The God now is money, is
Well,
power, wealth,
it
and
was the same
everything.
way in his time because
Yeah,
Caesar was at power at that time.
exactly. So he was seeing the corruption. You know, he was seeing the what they called the merchants and everything outside of a religious building. Do
Right.
you know what I mean? The old school bankers,
Yeah.
the merchants and everything,
Right.
the loan sharks, whatever you want to call them.
Exactly.
And so him doing that, he was saying, "Hang on a minute, uh, you the power of them was supposed to be the power of God. Well, you are in the one place which is supposed to be a religious place. You're actually preaching the new God right there, right where the building was, where you're supposed to escape from all that." So I think that he saw it as the corruption, which now, as today, we know it is totally corrupt and everything. So I don't know. I believe in his preaching and what have you, what he's trying to send the message out and what have you. Was he the Son of God? You know, the virgin birth and everything. I think, well, hang on a minute. You know what I mean? But for some people, it brings them happiness.
Well, yeah,
And
yeah,
if
yeah.
it brings somebody happiness, then I'm all for it. I've just got a different interpretation to it. That's all.
Oh,
Just
well,
my
yeah.
way of thinking about it.
Right.
You know, for
What's Paula?
what does
Unless she
Paula?
has the baller you know. Yeah, what does Paula mean?
What does bowler mean? You'll have to explain, whoever
A
said that.
baller like um I don't know how to explain it. Um uh I don't know how to explain it. You know, it's on the good side, put it that way. You know, you'll be
Yeah.
uh lots of riches or in that, not necessarily in physical, but you know,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to explain it.
See, I like the teaching from the man Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. I like his teaching and what have you, and I think it would be a better place if it was like that. You know what I mean? That it wasn't all about, comes down to it again. You know, it doesn't come down to wealth and everything and the power and what have you, is where
Mhm.
the corruption is. It comes
Right,
down to the
right.
person
Well, I mean,
themselves.
riches, that's why I say
Mhm.
riches. I mean, that could be anything from tangible things to, I mean, you know, just, you know, having family, health, and
Yeah,
you know, that to me is riches. You know what I mean? Um,
exactly.
right,
Looking after your fellow man.
right.
You know what I mean? Don't look down on other people. You know, or have envious because somebody's made good or been able to do something. It's like this person who I was unemployed, and this guy during the 80s, during the Depression, which hit the UK in the 80s, he actually was able to pick himself up, and he owned his own truck and what have you. So he
Okay.
didn't have to. So he was reliant on himself. He could choose and pick what cargo he was going to be trawling from A to B. Anyway, so somebody was going around scratching his brand new truck up. Well, somebody was saying, obviously, it was me because I was unemployed and I was envious. So, so we had a dispute and everything. So I went around the guy's house and I turned around and said, why do you think that I've damaged your truck? And I turned around and said, to me, I said, good luck on you. You know what I mean? During these times at the moment where we're going through a depression and what have you, you've had to work fucking hard to get hold of your own truck, to be able to buy it, to be able to basically, you're running your own business because you don't have to be part of a firm and be dictated to what cargo you can travel from A to B on. He said, all right. So anyway, found out a few years later, this guy who lives on the same street as us, he was also a truck driver. The only thing was he had to rely on a company to supply him with the truck and everything. He didn't own it. And then, but then we found out it's him who was telling the other guy that it was me doing it, whereas in fact it was him doing it through envy. I don't suffer with envy, yeah, he was damaging people's smart cars, you know what I mean? If they had a bit of money, he was one of these envious, jealous people. And in the end, he got arrested for doing it. Whereas me, I'm not envious over anybody, you know what I mean? If they've got something, I've got it, then I say, well, good luck on you, you know what I mean? You've done something, you know what I mean? If you've stolen it, then that's a different kettle of fish, you know what I mean? That you've taken it from somebody who actually worked or whatever to get that property, worked hard, and you've taken it from them. But if
Right.
you've done it on your own back and what have you, then good luck to you. You know what I
Right.
mean? I've got no envy over it at all. Make do with what I can do. And that's it.
Yeah, I agree.
There's people out there like that.
Yeah, I know.
And they're all, hmm
It's like what takes me like 10 years, to collect. Like for instance, I'll give you an example. I had my car broken into one time. All right, and all my tools, because I was working construction at the time, and I had all my tools, all my hand tools and stuff like that. A saw, all that other stuff in the back of my car. Well, somebody broke in my car and took all those tools. I was like,
which
it
you'd
took me
worked hard for.
yeah, it took me 15 years to
Hmm
actually, get those damn tools, and it took him 15 minutes, if or less,
Yeah.
to take them from me. You know,
hmm
uh,
Yeah, that's it. It's envious. And I think that's what it is. You're envious that somebody else has been able to do something, whereas you haven't had the breaks to actually be able to do it. That's all it is. And I think, well, that person must have worked fucking hard to make their own little businesses up. That's what
uh,
I felt during the B&M riots and everything, where it was a small businessman who was suffering, you know what I mean, because the establishment have caused a problem, but the establishment isn't actually getting harmed from it all. It's your common little working man who has struggled to build a small business to sustain themselves and their family and what have you. Obviously, with still bills to pay, but their whole business, like the car lot one, and the sick reporter saying, "Oh, well, they've set a few fires, and this guy's car lot is completely decimated." Completely destroyed. His livelihood, everything is destroyed. And I think, how cold and callous can you be to just dismiss the people who are actually being affected by it all? Yeah, but that's, what I mean. Yeah, people are just envious over people and everything. But the people who they are harming are in the same boat as you, but you're harming the wrong people. You know what I mean? You've harmed somebody else about a grievance you've got with the powers that be.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually, man, on that level, for instance, man, what bugged me, you got these like these protesters and stuff, like in some of the cities around, like last year, They were like destroying all these businesses and homes and all that
Mm,
stuff as they're doing this. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, dude, you got to beef with the fucking cops. Go after the fucking cops and leave everybody else the fuck
exactly.
alone. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's like, god damn, dude. Seriously. No, so I don't think they were. I just think that a lot of those are just there to just because they wanted to tear up shit. They didn't really
Yeah.
want. They didn't really have a cause. You know, they wanted to make it out to be like
Mm,
look like they had a cause. But like I said, if their beef was with the cops, because this was what I'm talking about in particular is right after that guy George Floyd supposedly got killed by that one cop, you know, sitting on
yep.
his with his knee on his neck and shit. Well, there was a couple of protests and stuff that happened right after that because of that, and a lot
Yeah.
of these kids were like, you know, burning shit down and blah 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 blah. And I'm sitting there thinking, I was like, why in the fuck, dude? If your beef is with the cops, go after them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All these people didn't have anything to do with it. You know?
Yeah. Exactly. See, there's a difference between a protest and a riot, and that's what I turn around and say to people. They say, "Oh, you know, we've got to uh, go at the establishment for England, for instance. You know what I mean? Parliament and everything." I said, "Well, yeah, I'm all for that. The only problem is that it needs to be controlled. It needs to be a controlled environment because you're going to have these people which are going to take advantage and turn it into a riot. So that's why I always turn around and say, if you're going to protest, then you protest outside the building, not around the streets where a riot could occur when a small business could get burnt down or
Right.
you could smash the windows and rob the people. You know, the very
Right.
people who are more likely backing you fighting the system because the system is corrupt. And, you know, and see, to me, I'm glad that the protesters against, you know, the vaccination and all this shit
Yeah.
haven't turned that way and they haven't allowed the bad infiltration so far to be able to take it on another slant, which is really good. But one day it may happen, and as soon as that happens, you need to go walk the other way. This isn't what I'm protesting about. Walk away, their numbers will dwindle. They'll find that they haven't got the numbers and what have you. So let the fuckers get arrested. Let them be caught on camera. You know what I mean? Is that pair of shoes or whatever worth stealing to stop the system doing what they're trying to do? And that's how I look at it. You know, protest
Well,
outside that building, the system, not on other people. Uh,
well, yeah. I mean, yeah, stealing shoes and stuff doesn't do shit, no matter what.
no,
All it is a bunch of guys that see opportunity and they're like, fuck it, you know? Uh,
exactly. And that's what I liked about November the 5th protest. It was at Parliament Square and they tried to keep it contained in that area outside Parliament because
right.
those are the people which are causing all the fucking problems. So why
Right.
do you want to go marching around all these little streets and what have you? Because those little streets, them people in them little streets and have you, walking around London, are nothing to do with it. They're
Right.
more like some of the protesters which are there with you. So why not do it outside Parliament? That's where your problem is. You do your protest outside that building, not anybody else's building. But and that's what I liked about November the 5th, that they actually kept it outside Parliament, not
Yeah.
went for a march around and everything, and then had a
Remember,
party or a picnic
remember the
afterwards.
5th of November.
Yeah, because it
Was it?
symbolises something.
Yeah, was it was it the um the treason the gunpowder treason and plot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he tried to blow up Parliament.
right.
That's what he tried to do.
Yep, he got
You
knocked
know?
out.
Yeah, he got knocked out from the very people who was conspiring with him
Yep,
to blow up Parliament because he called Parliament. Although it was because it's a Catholic Protestant thing which was
right.
going on back then, You know what I mean? But the symbol of it was that Parliament was trying to take control, like it does, and tries to keep people separate. And at that point, it was religion, because obviously it wasn't down to different people being brought over from another part of the world to you know, it was literally a religious thing. It was Protestant and Catholic, and he
Right.
was a Catholic, and that's what his argument was with Parliament. Was at that time it was the Catholics which are being downtrodden by a Protestant country and a Protestant Parliament. So, you know, is government causing division between people? Then it was religion. Now it's race.
Yeah.
Different races of people.
Yeah.
But that's what they like to do. Keep people arguing against each other so they can do whatever they fucking like.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the whole point. That's why I think, like, if for instance, like, if it was to all go shut down, if it wasn't like a natural thing, for instance, and it was done artificially, but it was all to be shut down. That's one way to depopulate, is just have everybody start fighting amongst themselves, scratching
Yeah.
their ass, trying to survive. You know what I mean? While they're sitting in bunkers and hiding under rocks and stuff, and got it all packed to the fucking gills with all the fucking supplies for the next fucking 50 years or some shit. You know what I mean? That's the thing, though.
Yeah.
It's like when they start crawling back out of those goddamn bunkers, you know.
Yeah. It's like this country. If you lived in the city, you could see what was happening. I was living in the during the 80s, well, 70s, I should say, when they got a lot of immigration, Pakistani immigration come over. What they did was, because they always turn and say, well, we can get along with anybody from another country and everything because we can integrate and everything. Now, the truth is, what they did was they would get these people from another country and they would put them in a certain section. So there was always separation, and there always has been separation. They don't say, like, you've got thousands of people come to your country and they're separated to all different cultures and what have you. It's literally, we are putting the Pakistani uh, immigration here. We are putting the Sikh Indian immigration over here, and then we're going to put whoever over here, not integrating with each other and integrating with the native English people. So they cause the division, although they say, oh, it's to integrate with other cultures and what have you. No, what you've done is you've created division. You know what I mean? You've caused the problem, not you did it. You did it on purpose to cause uh, friction between different religions, different cultures, and what have you, on purpose to deflect what you fuckers are doing. And this, if you lived in the city and at the time, you would see it happening before your eyes. But obviously, if you don't live in the city, then you wouldn't notice it. You wouldn't see how
Right.
government was actually doing it. You know what I mean? They're saying one thing to the news and what have you, saying, oh, it's good, we got different cultures and what have you. But in reality, the cultures which were coming over were kept away from cultures. So we never integrated. So there's never been a unity in this country. I don't know what it's like in America. If you have sectors of different areas of sectors, which are a Muslim area, which are this area, and which are this area, whereas it hasn't actually multiculturalized and you've mingled with everybody. I don't know how they did it in America, but that's how they did it over here, and that's what they, and then they say, oh, it's because, people are this or that and everything. I think, no, it's because You planned it that fucking way. You deliberately did it this way. Like, I lived in an area where, really strange. I'm an Englishman and I'm living in an area where if you go to this section of the part of London, this is just one section of London, you got the Asian community, and then you got the Chinese community, and then you got the Jewish community, and then you got the German. It was like every single area which I walked to, and I wasn't a native London person. I actually come from a different area in the country. So I would notice these things, going, hang on a minute, why have I just gone down this road and now I'm in a Jewish area? And if I go down that road and turn a corner, then I'm into an Asian area. If I go down this road, then it's typical Londoners. It's like this is calculated. This is very, very calculated how they're doing this. It's weird. It's weird. It's walking into different sections of the world within a small part of London itself. Different cultures, but keeping separated from each other. Nah, see what's going on back then, back in the 70s. And that's what they created of today. Division. Keep people arguing against each other while the governments and what have you are doing the underhanded, dirty deeds. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I was seeing. And I
Well,
get along with
I don't
anybody
think
and
you're.
everybody.
I don't think you're completely wrong. I can tell you that you're not completely wrong.
Mhm.
I'm not saying you're fully right,
Yeah.
but you're not completely wrong. I mean,
It's just what
like
I
I said,
saw.
there's certain aspects that I can agree with. I can for real agree with, and I mean,
Hmm.
there's a lot of aspects that are in play though when it comes down to it. I mean, depending on your location, like geographic location, where you at, your environment actually has a lot to do with it. I mean, I don't know, um, there's a lot of aspects and stuff, man. But yeah,
See,
um,
see, with me, I did integrate with different cultures because I wasn't a Londoner. I was from outside London, but I ended up living in London. So I integrated to many cultures because I saw everybody as an equal person and what have you. Whereas your typical Londoner or something like that was more, well, they're over there and we're over here and they're over there and they're over there. So we're not going to integrate. Whereas I was integrating with anybody and everybody who wanted to integrate with me. So I saw it from different slant because I was as much native as anybody else in London boroughs than anybody who is being shipped over from another country anyway. So I was native
right.
as well. I was an outsider to a city life. So I don't know. Maybe that was an element to me which your typical city dweller, because I come from the countryside, wasn't,
Right,
you
right,
know. So I saw it from a different angle. I don't know.
right. No, I understand. I get what you're saying.
Hmm. For
Yeah,
me, yeah, I'll get on with anybody and everybody. I don't care what religion they are, where they come from, and everything. Obviously, there are some certain aspects of people's religion that I definitely wouldn't agree with. You know what I mean?
well, yeah.
And yeah, or they use
I mean,
their religion too in their own pursuit and everything. I wouldn't agree with. But I'm not a religious person, so I can find fault in any religion. You know what I mean? Because every religion has got a fault in it at some point. You either move
well,
with the
yeah,
times or you
yeah.
keep with the old scriptures. And that's how I see it. If you're not moving with the times and everything, then you've got a serious problem to do with that religion. You know what I mean? It's
Well, it's like
2021.
even on the Christian, and it's like even on the Christian thing, it's like the Bible that I happen to have is the King James version. So that's
Hmm.
King James is the one that actually approved the author to write what he wrote. All right. So I mean, and also it's been retranslated over the years from the actual the core scripture it came from. All right,
Hmm.
so but and in all that loses loses something in translation for one, and then
Hmm.
on top of that, there's certain things that was in the original writings that King James just didn't like. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So it never made it. You know what I mean? Or some of the stories were altered. So there are some things when it comes down to it. If you read it, yeah, that's not right. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Being the Bible, whatever.
Yeah.
Um, you know.
It was.
So you
It
got to understand these people that wrote it. They didn't live in the time of Jesus. You know what I mean?
exactly. Exactly. It is written for another time. It's now 2021, not uh 500 AD or whatever. You know what I
Right.
mean? The times have changed since that was written to today. You've got to. It has to change because what was allowed then is not allowed now. It has to change with the times. You know, and
Well, I
that's
guess. I mean, that's how they have to try and keep that control of the history too.
yeah.
Because, like I said, the original scriptures, in a sense, what was written then, some of that is not what you see in the today's like King James version of the
Hmm.
Bible, for instance.
Yeah.
All right. Because that's actually like when I use a reference at the moment. I mean, I don't have the original scriptures in front of me. I don't have a copy of them or anything like that. So the only thing I've got is the King James version.
Hmm.
But I've read it, and I've read others. I got a copy of the Quran. I've looked into Buddhism. I've looked into Hinduism. I've looked in all kinds of other different types of like religions or ways of thought or ways of life. You know, and I try to understand them. And like I said, me personally, I kind of look at it like a Bruce Lee. I kind of like pick the best parts of each one of them and kind of make my own out of it.
Yes.
But
Yes.
because I mean, like I said, if you look at it as a whole and try and take like every single bit of it that in the whole like the whole book is absolute. That's just not right. That's
Yes.
wrong. It
Exactly.
it even states, I think it's like if you find anything false, it's like the whole thing becomes false.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at it, say 2,000 years ago, well, what 1,000 years ago, uh, your adult life, you more likely died at the round about the age of 30 to 35. You know what I mean? So obviously you would get married at around about 13 or something like that because your lifespan wasn't that long. You know what I mean? You was lucky to reach 40, 50 years old, what have you. Whereas today, people are surviving until over 100 years old. So you've got to move with the times. You can get married later on in life and what have you than what you could back then. So it has to change with the times. That's how I look at it. I don't know. I just look at what they say and everything. Average lifespan was around about 30 to 35. Well, now it's 100, 80s to 100, some even over 100 now. So move with the times. We're not back then. We are now. But, but I don't know. Oh, well, my dinner's turned up. Oh, and it looks lovely. So it's been lovely chatting to you.
Yeah, it's
And
been good.
more than likely catch you on a live at some point during today.
Well, yeah, no worries, and I really appreciate you stopping by. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and end this myself, and I appreciate everybody in the chat for stopping in
Yeah,
also. And then,
yeah,
yeah, I don't know if I'll do another one. I don't know. It depends on if there's nobody and I get bored enough. I might pop on another one, but most likely I'll probably see you guys on another one if SG does something or somewhere
yeah.
else. And
Well,
you never
well,
know.
if we go to SGs, at least people will follow.
Yeah, yeah, uh, exactly.
Uh,
We bring it all in. You know what I mean? It's like we
yeah.
attract the crowds. Yeah,
Well, you
my
take
dogs
care.
are going crazy.
Happy Christmas, like I said, and to chat. And talk
Yeah.
to you later there, Wingnut. It's been a pleasure to
All
talk to
right.
you again, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, you have a good one out there.
You take care,
Hey,
mate.
everybody in the chat. Hey, Miranda, Free Thinker, Graham B. Let's see here. LJ that popped in. Let's see here. Who all else? John O'Connell. Let's see here. Reading through it and flipping through it. NC Girl, that's right. She came in. Muggles. Let's see here. John Walker. Popcorn. SG. Everybody. I'm gonna tell you something. I really appreciate everybody coming in, and all you guys. I know you guys are like. There's a bunch of people in the chat that good content creators also. So check everybody out. If you haven't already. Anyway, I will see you guys again. This is the 1122. They call me Wingnut, the Wingnut Radio, out here in the Panhandle, Florida, and you never know, man. Catch you guys on the backside or the dark side of the moon and all that good stuff. Wingnut back out.